Have you ever woken up and wondered where you would find fuel for cooking your breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Well, that is the reality for more than 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa who have no access to electricity. Every day, most of these people walk many miles looking for firewood as fuel. Even those with access to electricity face regular blackouts due to an infrastructure that is archaic, inadequate, and often highly susceptible to variations in climatic conditions, and must resort to the expensive diesel fuel as backup systems. The Energy Africa Conference is working to help improve the situation. My name is Luca Pawanga, professor at Regis University and founder and executive director of the Energy Africa Conference, and we invite you to join us in this effort. The purpose of the Energy Africa Conference is twofold. One is to provide a platform that brings together high-level decision makers from academia, national governments, business, and civil society from across the globe to meet with their counterparts from Africa to network, form partnerships, share best practices and technologies, and invest in the work needed to deploy power systems that are economically viable, affordable, accessible, sustainable, clean, and resilient. The undeveloped renewable energy sources promise a cost-effective, environmentally friendly, and sustainable approach for Africa to meet its energy needs. Second is to source impactful projects that we can collaboratively actualize to make a positive difference on the ground and recast the lives of many African citizens while expanding your business, thus doing well while doing good, which is a win-win situation. The conference is held every year in Colorado because Colorado is one of the leading states in the nation in developing and disseminating forward-looking, innovative, clean energy policies and practices. We hope to share this experience with you and use it as a springboard for solutions and connecting you and firms around the world to the business opportunities in the African power sector. Whether you are an investor, project developer, consulting company, engineering, construction, and management company, a business professional, or somebody interested in networking and knowing more about the African sector, join us and learn from high-level decision makers, firms, and individuals who are already operating in Africa, and learn how you can plug into the many high-return business opportunities in this sector. We hope this conference will inspire you to think bigger and more broadly about energy-related opportunities, to expand your horizons, to grow your businesses, and be part of the solution in making the world a better place. Conference information can be found at our website, energyafricaconference.com. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sherry Plants-Masters, the Dean of the Anderson College of Business and Computing. We are at an inflection point in the world. We see the crises of the environment, of economic disparity, and of social justice. Each of us must inspect our roles to determine where we can make a difference. There are local and global problems and solutions. The Energy Africa Conference aspires to address the social injustice of the disparity of the energy haves and have-nots. The conversation here will move the world towards a solution. Solutions require diverse minds to come together to find ways to make a difference. This goal, this need is closely aligned with the aims of the Anderson College of Business and Computing. Our Jesuit Catholic values inspire and guide us to make an impact on our community, both local and global. With other Jesuit business schools, the Anderson College adopted the inspirational paradigm for business education, embracing the values of making a difference that makes a positive impact in the world issues. At Anderson, we ask our students to recognize that the work they do, the actions they take, and the decisions they make have an impact beyond what they consider, what they know. They are part of a larger system, and we challenge them to serve the common good, to do more for the world. We encourage them to use data to make decisions. I look forward to what we will learn today from our esteemed speakers. The agenda is full of promise and hope. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Karen Riley, and I have the privilege of serving as Provost of Regis University in Denver, Colorado. I'm pleased that Regis University is your virtual host for the Energy Africa Conference, which provides solutions to catalyze economic development and improve the standard of living in rural and urban African communities. I would like to take a minute to express my gratitude to Dr. Luca Huanga for his incredible work with this organization. He is such a great ambassador for Regis and for this work. We are so thankful for all of his efforts. While it would be a wonderful time to be with all of you in person, Colorado is beautiful and the campus is alive with our impressive students, it is surely a gift to have the technology to be able to gather in this way. And the main point of this conference is to bring together as many thoughtful minds as possible to effect real change. The mission of Regis University, to seek to build a more just and humane world through transformative education at the frontiers of faith, reason, and culture, is very well aligned with the goals of this gathering. Regis educates diverse students for lives of service and meaning, equips them with the knowledge and skills to be discerning persons in solidarity with others, especially those who are marginalized, and empowers them to care for the earth, our common home. As the Chief Academic Officer of Regis University, I'd like to take a moment to brag about a couple of the programs that help us to live into this important mission. Perhaps you've heard of our partnership with Jesuit Worldwide Learning. They provide a high-quality learning opportunity to people and communities on the margins due to poverty, lack of opportunity, and/or conflict or forced displacement. Regis University is very proud to have been offering a diploma program in Malawi, Zambia, and Kenya, among other places, for more than 10 years. Our president, Father John Fitzgibbons, has loved traveling to several of these sites to personally present Regis diplomas to our graduates, and we have been so fortunate to have witnessed their impact of these programs on the individuals, their families, and their communities. Regis University also offers an innovative degree program called the Masters of Development Practice. Students are enrolled in the program from around the world, and they come together to discover truly global and holistic solutions to development challenges. We are very proud of the way this program contributes to the health and well-being of communities in the United States and across the globe. At Regis, we continually ask the question, how ought we to live? Through coursework, experiences outside the classroom, and in the local and international communities, we want our students to consider their connection to a world in need of just and humane solutions to complex questions and problems. Thank you for engaging in this incredible work, for putting your heads together to find solutions to difficult problems, and for engaging in these challenging discussions. I am so glad Regis University can host this important gathering and is a partner in this collaboration. So again, welcome to Regis, and thank you for all that you're doing.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the Energy Africa Conference 2021. The theme of this conference is increasing funding and increasing activity in the project funding area for Africa, specifically to increase the number of energy projects that get funded, to also increase transmission, and to move this sector forward. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Peter Stormond. I am the co-founder and co-CEO of Cedar Street Capital, LLC. Cedar Street is an investment bank that has been working in Africa for over a decade and a half, helping both African corporations as well as African project developers access finance, both equity and debt as required for their project. The core goal of this conference as I just said, is essentially to try to increase the number of projects that get funded, increase their likelihoods of success, accelerate the development of the energy sector, both in terms of production and transmission, and to work with a variety of different sources, including both traditional and non-traditional energy. So we will be dealing with hydrocarbons, but we'll also be dealing with wind. We will be dealing with solar. We will be dealing with biofuels, just a whole different range of different fuels, because Africa requires an increase across the board to meet what is probably the largest gap in the world between desired consumption and production. In particular, we're going to focus today on project finance, which is distinct from corporate finance. At the beginning, this distinction does need to be made. Corporate finance implies having an existing balance sheet and an existing cash flow to support various different projects. Corporate finance refers essentially to de novo fundings. In other words, there are not pre-existing balance sheets, there are not pre-existing cash flows, so they have to be created. And what we want to focus on today are the three core areas which tend to cause projects not to go forward. Before getting into that, I want to address what really is the nature of project funding. Project funding, in essence, is an incredibly long checklist of things that developers have to get right. It's everything from getting regulatory approvals, to getting land, to doing feasibility studies, to getting equipment, to getting people that know how to operate the equipment, and on it goes all the way to your offtake agreement. But there are three core areas in which project fundings tend to run into trouble. I want to focus on those today because this will have the biggest impact on improving the likelihood of your project receiving the funding that it needs. The first area is, for lack of a better word, the prep phase. Okay, before a project gets built, before it goes online, many things need to happen. You need to form a core management team. You need to acquire land in many cases. You need to get regulatory approvals. You need environmental approvals. You need to make sure that there is going to be an interconnect if you are creating power. This part of the project funding process is the one that often has the greatest number of difficulties in Africa, because people do not raise a sufficient amount of early stage capital to get these things done. There's no hard and fast rule, but a good rule of thumb is that you're going to need to raise somewhere between 2% and 5% of the value of your project to get through the multi-year process of bringing it online. So if you're doing, a 100 megawatt natural gas plant that's going to cost $100 million, you're going to need a minimum of $2 to $3 million and probably preferably $5 million to get through the 3, 4, 5-year process of bringing this online. I have seen dozens and dozens of projects that do not clear this hurdle. So before you commit yourself, make sure that you raise a sufficient amount of funds to carry you through the preparation phase. This is critical, and this is where probably more than half of all project fundings essentially get abandoned, because not enough money is raised to keep the thing going before you get to the construction phase. This is the phase where the greatest amount of money gets spent, okay? This is getting solar panels, this is getting turbines, but just as importantly, this is also where you need to find an operator with credibility, okay? Once again, a project funding is a series of interconnected steps, and the chain can break at all sorts of different places along the way, all right? But the second step basically means getting equipment from credible suppliers, having an engineering group put it together properly, and then having a group which can and will operate it for you. Now, some groups have prior experience doing this so that they can be the operators, but in many cases, this is sent out to third parties. The last phase, phase 3, in which problems tend to occur, is in the offtake, okay? Because you're not starting with cash flow, because you're not starting with a balance sheet. What you need is essentially a commitment for future cash flows, which will then be used to pay down the debt that you are going to raise for your project. Now, most projects work on typically an 80-20 structure. So again, if you're going to do a $100 million natural gas plant, you're going to have to come up with 20 million in equity. So you're going to have to go to outside investors often for that, but you're going to be borrowing 80 million from a bank or from a group of banks. Those banks are going to insist on seeing a PPA, a power purchase agreement. That shows a bank that once the project is viable and ready to be turned on and supply electricity, that there's going to be a stream of cash coming in over multiple years, which can then be used to pay down the debt that you're going to be borrowing. Now, one of the things that banks look for are what are known as coverage ratios. Coverage ratios basically mean for every dollar that you pay back, are you going to be getting at least $1.50 or $2 to cover that? The higher the coverage ratio, the better your borrowing costs are going to be. Also, you need to take into consideration what your equity investors are going to be looking for. Project financings don't require the same kind of returns as venture capital investments. It's not necessarily 40 or 50%, but you do need to be able to generate a return of at least 15 to 20% to attract equity investors to the table. To recap, project funding is a series of dozens, often hundreds of different steps that you will take from conceiving your project to having it come online. But there are essentially 3 phases: the preparation phase, the construction phase, and then the offtake phase. These 3 must be done correctly, or else you are going to find yourself being frustrated and abandoning the project or having to take a step backwards to cover things that you did not cover earlier on. They are fundamentally not easy to do. However, the demand in Africa is extraordinarily high, and when you get your variables correct, these projects can in fact be both very helpful but also very lucrative. You know, given the themes of this conference and the focus on newer, greener forms of energy, I just wanted to take a minute or two to clarify a couple of points which you may have picked up from me earlier. At the end of the day, project finance is essentially a universal structure. Okay, so again, kind of returning to my earlier themes of a preparation phase, a construction phase, and then an offtake phase. This applies to every, not just energy, it actually applies to other types of project financings, but it certainly does apply to energy. So whether you are doing hydro, whether you are doing wind, whether you are doing solar or biomass, you are going to deal with exactly the same things, okay? You're going to need money to get your project started, as well as to keep your team employed throughout the process. You are going to need equipment, and more than likely you are going to need to source it, and which also means more than likely you're going to probably have to import it and deal with import licensing and all that kind of stuff. And again, you are going to need to get an offtake agreement. Okay, this cannot be overemphasized. Neither banks nor equity investors are going to take a risk on a project unless they know that there is an offtake and that the offtake is properly structured. Now, again, the energy mix in Africa is changing. It's changing because of the dramatic declines in the cost per kilowatt hour of the newer emerging greener sources of energy. And, we certainly see the balance is going to be shifting dramatically over the next decade or two towards greener, cleaner energy. And this is something that we're all very excited about. However, the excitement around greener and cleaner energy should not, kind of blind people to the fact that, again, the process is going to be similar. The analysis is going to be similar. The hurdles that you're going to have to get over are going to be similar. Now, there may be, additional funding, there could be subsidies, there could be a bunch of different things that can, change the economics to a degree. But still, at the end of the day, if you don't have some, what I call walking around money at the beginning, you're not going to get to the end. If you don't have the equipment that you need and people who know how to run it, you're going to have a point of failure there. And if you don't have an offtake agreement with a guaranteed flow of cash connected to it, you're not going to get it funded. All right. So this is what I want entrepreneurs in this sector to know. People want you to succeed, but you have to be clear-eyed, realistic, properly budget, have buffer cash, because nothing ever gets done as quickly as you think it's going to get done. You want to work with the most credible people you can. Ideally, you want to work with people that already have a track record, and you want to make sure that you can secure that PPA. And literally, the day that you conceive of your project, you should be starting to talk to people about the PPA to make sure that it's going to be issued and that the economics are going to work. You don't want to spend years and tens or hundreds of millions of dollars only to have a PPA that is not sufficiently strong to get you funded.
Mwale Medical and Technology City is a $2 billion sustainable metropolis centered around a state-of-the-art medical and technology complex located within Butere Sub-County, Kakamega County in the Republic of Kenya. Construction began in 2014 and will be complete in December 2020. It comprises of 5 districts being built in 3 phases. Phases 1 and 2 are complete, and Phases 3 is 40% complete. The first district is the Plaza District, which has the mall, a supermarket, Hampton's Cafe Bed and Breakfast, private residential homes, and a 5,000-bed Hampton Hospital, which will treat 12,000 patients per day when fully completed in the year 2020. The second district is the Airport District, which comprises of a convention center, a 35-acre Disney Star water park, and a private international airport, all connected to the 5,000-bed Hamptons Hospital via cable car system. The third district is the Grid District, and true to its name, it forms a grid along 3 kilometers of the boulevard between 1st Street and 12th Street and is organized with the natural, greenery as well as appointed homes. The fourth district is the Golf District, which hosts the 36-hole Hamptons Championship Golf Course, the largest in Africa, as well as 4,800 homes for doctors, nurses, and other residents of the city. The fifth district is the Industrial District, which has the 144 megawatts waste-to-energy power plant that will convert all hospital and municipal solid waste into clean renewable power. By the end of 2020, the city is expected to be the second largest city in Kenya. Mwale Medical and Technology City, where vision and opportunity meets success.
Yeah, so thank you, 14th Energy Africa Conference, for giving us an opportunity to be able to speak at this conference with the theme on funding of the power plants in Africa. And sitting here, my name is Mr. Julius Mwale of Mwale Medical and Technology City. I'm the principal investor in Mwale Medical and Technology City. a $2 billion green smart city that has been completed in Western Kenya. The main contractor for that city is KE International, a US company. I'm sitting with the director here, Mr. Derek William, and I'll let him give a little brief about our plans of smart cities and energy implementation in Africa for the next decade. Okay, Mr. William.
Thank you, Mr. Molly. KE International is an American-based design and engineering consultation firm. We design and we oversee the implementation of holistic, large-scale projects, typically around some sort of new economic engine. So our focus is building new economies to lift millions of people out of poverty and into the middle class, create new markets for companies to move into and provide needed services to these undeveloped areas. And we have been working for Mr. Mwale on the Mwale Medical and Technology City, which is centered around a 5,000 bed capacity world-class hospital and all the supporting infrastructure for that, including the solar plus battery storage power plant, the roads and solar street lights, housing, shopping, and recreational facilities such as the 36-hole Hamptons Golf Resort and residences. To the new Akon City, and that will be the main focus starting the beginning of the year, is to finish that expansion plan, including another campus of Mr. Mwale's Hamptons Hospital in Senegal. That also extends to Cameroon, where we have more than 1 million acres set aside for extension projects of MMTC into Cameroon, into Zambia, Mozambique, and Ghana.
Thank you so much to Mr. Mwale and KE International for, developing smart cities in Africa. This is what we need, It's about time.
And then, of course, we have the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we have a very big project to power the new manufacturing facility, which will be around the terawatt-hour scale battery manufacturing plant.
Yeah, so most of these projects they're smart cities relying on green energy. So we have the power, the main center for infrastructure for these cities is the photovoltaic PV plants and waste energy management plant. And the core part of funding these plants is using the PPA, the power purchase agreements, either sovereign or private for these plants. And of course, with that, comes the funding for most of these projects. Other assets like, the hospital land, that we have in these areas, we put it on our balance sheet. And of course, we use that for funding to be able to expand and develop a region in Africa for 800 million people, both in East and Central Africa and West Africa. So as we've looked at MMTC, $2 billion, now in our completion stages at the moment. We are expanding to Akon City, as KE International said, to be able to also do the hospital there and do the power plant. It's a $6 billion city, and we are moving forward already with $4 billion that we've committed to do the hospital and supporting infrastructure within the city by the end of 2024. So the $1 billion is being committed out of Cameroon, another $3.4 billion in Ghana, and then of course the biggest development is in Democratic Republic of Congo, where we're going to build one of the chain of smart cities around Kasai region, of Congo, with 16,000 megawatts of a solar battery power plant, which will be manufacturing batteries for automobiles and for our cities, because our cities are going to need these batteries to power these cities by the end of the decade. So timeline is completing this by the end of the decade. in 2030. So we'll have about 16 smart cities around Africa that will be complete for about $50 billion worth of investments within the next decade. And these investments are coming through the balance sheets of the assets that we have on the ground. And we are digitizing most of these assets through cryptocurrency. One of our partners, it's a pioneer company, PowerCoin, Hong Kong-based fintech, financial tech company, digitizes the assets and does the funding. So about 20% of our assets are digitized by PowerCoin, and those ones are used to be able to fund more projects.
Hello, I'm Tim Webb, CEO and founder of PowerCorp, a global fintech company based out of Hong Kong. Our work has been endorsed by financial and economic experts like Dr. Taj Eldridge, founder and partner of Include Ventures.
As an African of Sudanese descent, economist and venture capitalist in the cleantech space for ventures and funds led by Black and Brown people, I am elated to be such a part of and supportive of such innovative financing model that PowerCorp has achieved. I am confident that the fintech space, such as PowerCorp, will make cleantech more prevalent on the continent, and we are excited to help with the liquidity portion of the business model.
We are proud to be a part of the Africa Energy Conference with our partners KE International, and even more excited to pioneer large-scale renewable energy and infrastructure project funding using our PowerCoin that is listed on the Stux and Waves crypto exchanges. With the support of KE International and Mr. Julius Mwali, we are able to digitize the billions in assets they have, such as the 5,000-bed hospital on 5,000 acres in the $2 billion Mwali Medical and Technology City. This will allow us to fund other infrastructure projects like the 16-gigawatt solar plant needed for a battery manufacturing plant in the DRC. This new era of fintech in partnership with KE International and Mr. Julius Mwali will definitely result in transformative change and positive impact for the peoples of Africa. Again, thank you, KE International and Mr. Mwali, for your continued support.
We work with partners also like Optimal Technology, Corporation, which is also an American company that deals with, the energy poverty. Their focus is energy poverty. They come in and they will be able to work with us to build these plants.
Hi, I'm Reginald Parker, founder and CEO of Optimal Technology Corporation. We intelligently lower the cost of electricity. After developing over 30 large solar projects, including the first African-American utility-scale solar farm in the U.S., we learned that we needed to, 1, use energy better, and 2, use better energy. This strategy allows us to lower electricity costs by up to 60%. Mr. Julius Mwali will help us bring our high-efficiency solar module to Africa. We will be able to deploy solar at an unprecedented 1 megawatt per 8 hours with a 5-man crew, using 40% less land and generating up to 90% more electricity per megawatt. KE International will help us deploy our AI/ML edge technology to manage and maintain key electrical resources for commercial and residential clientele. Mr. Mwale, KE International, and Optimal agree that through this partnership, we will be able to intelligently empower all of Africa.
Lastly, we literally have done a tremendous amount of corporate social responsibility because we are upgrading these communities. When we go to these communities, we don't uproot them, we don't displace them. So we integrate them to be part of development, and they provide a ready market, for power, so that we can put the power penetration and access in Africa to over 85% across the continent, by the end of this decade. So thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Sherry Plants Masters, and I'm the Dean of the Anderson College of Business and Computing,
where we integrate business and computing education to build a better world. Regis University formed the Anderson College of Business and Computing in May of this year. The Anderson College pursues innovation through our capabilities, through the expertise of our faculty across the disciplines of business and computing, through collaboration across and between those disciplines, and through our intentional focus on inclusion. Regis University is an innovator in higher education. In the 1970s, Regis University pioneered an accelerated learning model designed to meet the needs of the adult learner who juggled work and family priorities while pursuing a degree. In the 1990s, Regis University embraced online delivery of education, offering degrees across many disciplines, including MBA, which quickly grew to one of the largest in the nation and produced thousands of graduates. In 2010, Regis University was the first institution to offer fully online ABET accredited degrees in computer science and computer information systems. Regis University was the first in the region and one of the first in the nation to offer a master's degree in data science, which is the largest in the region. And now Regis University is the first to integrate business and computing education into a single college to meet the changing dynamic needs of the business world. Students across the college, from accounting and management to computer science and software engineering, benefit from college-wide outcomes. Graduates learn to approach problems from a systems perspective, assessing and evaluating solutions to assure that they meet the needs of a system. They learn to use data and analytics for informed decision-making. We prepare students and graduates for careers through experiences that help them develop their skills, capabilities, behaviors, and attitudes, as well as a commitment to community. And graduates develop an awareness of and a commitment to the common good and to building a sustainable future through the foundation of a Jesuit education. Thank you.
My name is Nevas Mumba, former Vice President of the Republic of Zambia. I'm glad to be part of this year's Energy Africa Conference, dealing with unlocking Africa's investment potential. For the investor who is searching for higher returns, Zambia offers one of the most liberal economic policies in the SADC region. Zambia offers a 57-year culture of political and social stability. With the industrialization that has taken place over the past 20 years in our country, it has become evident that investment in the energy sector is non-negotiable. And any investor who wishes to invest in energy is an investor that we are ready to partner with favorable conditions and profitable returns for that investor. It is a nation whose borders could only have been designed by Supreme Being, as the Bible tells us. A nation with only 18 million people, known the world over for their warmth, a country carved out from the center of the Southern African region, a natural hub, land-linked by 8 sovereign nations with their combined populations presenting a huge market for any business, such as small assembly plants and setting up its headquarters in Zambia. It is a country of rare beauty, perched on a high plateau of moderate average annual temperatures of 21 degrees Celsius, an annual average rainfall of 1,270 millimeter, and one of the most beautiful countrysides of a typical savanna country, with breathtaking rivers and waterfalls like the Victoria Falls, abundant and an unspoiled wildlife. It is a country with an abundance of most known mineral deposits, the world's 4th largest producer of copper, and holds 6% of the world's known reserves of copper. It is also the world's 2nd largest producer of cobalt and holds the reserves of about 350,000 tons. Furthermore, Zambia is also famous for the abundance of other mineral deposits, including lead, zinc, and gemstones such as emeralds, aquamarine, topaz, opal, agate, and amethysts. It is a country of abundant water resource, with 45% of the total water resources of the entire Southern African sub-region. It is a country of large expanses of fertile uncultivated land, a potential breadbasket to feed the entire Southern African region and beyond. It is a country waiting to be repainted into one of the most developed nations, not only in Africa, but in the world, currently undergoing massive transformation, ignited by major infrastructure investment into the roads and bridges to unlock the massive potential of this great Central African country. Zambia is ready to do business. And we would like to assure those that have an intention to invest in our great country to know that the economy of our country has held steady, and the returns for an investor are unquestionably high. We therefore position ourselves as Zambia with a new political leadership that has been put in place, whose major thrust is economic healing of our country. Our focus is on strengthening our bonds and relationships with the global community in ensuring that investments are made in our country under a credible system with conditions that are going to safeguard every investment that is made in our country. We have a new president today in our country, in the name of President Hakainde Hichilema, with his United Party for National Development leading the country, a set of business-minded leaders whose main goal is to ensure that the investor is as happy as those that live in the country in which he invests. Equitable distribution of what is due to them and due to the Zambian people. There has never been a better time for an investor to make his way to Zambia. More importantly, the investment in the energy sector. Our mining industry has continued to grow to the extent that there is not enough supply of energy from our local energy sources, totally outstripped by the demand of the industries that now are rising all across our country. And we welcome any investment in the energy sector. Zambia stands ready to do business with the global community. You're welcome to Zambia. I thank you.
The sun. Every day, the sun shines more than 3 trillion watts of free energy on the Earth. That's enough energy to power over 3 million homes for an entire year, being produced every day. Solar panels harness the energy and convert it into clean electricity to power our homes, businesses, and lifestyles. Light from the sun stimulates electrons on a solar panel. These electrons create DC, or direct current electricity. Solar electricity travels from the panels on your roof through an inverter to the circuit breaker panel of your building. An inverter changes DC electricity into usable AC, or alternating current electricity, before sending it to the breaker panel of your building. Your home uses that electricity to power the electronic devices we use every day. It's like having your own power plant on your roof with an endless supply of clean energy. Anytime the panels are producing more energy than you are using, like sunny days when you are on vacation, the excess energy is sent back to your utility company, where they are required to buy back your excess electricity at the same rates they would normally charge, a concept called net metering. The utility company purchases your excess solar electricity and sells that energy to homes and businesses in your neighborhood. Even homes and businesses that do not have solar panels are still buying your excess solar electricity. When the sun goes down, your home or business purchases electricity from your local utility company the same way it has in the past. However, credits from your excess solar energy produced during the day will offset nighttime charges, which are much cheaper than peak daytime rates. This maximizes your savings through time of use billing, where you are selling energy to the utility during daytime peak hours while buying energy during nighttime off-peak hours. Instead of buying electricity from a power plant that burns coal and other pollutants, you are taking advantage of the free, abundant energy of the sun. As energy rates continue to go up, your system produces clean, renewable energy at no cost to you. Now you get to choose how much to spend on electricity. Imagine if we could do that with gasoline prices. Today, there are some incredible incentives and rebate to help pay for solar installation. Finance programs can help you install panels for as little as $500 down. Increase the value of your home or business by reducing your energy costs. Businesses will increase profits, while homeowners will increase their home's market value. Help save the environment and reduce global warming. Start producing your own clean energy. For more information, visit SolarBuddy's system quote page to see how solar will benefit your home or business today.
Welcome to the Energy Africa Conference. My name is Luca Pawanga, Professor of Economics and Finance at Regis University in the Anderson College of Business and Computing. Today, I'm privileged to have Honorable Nkua, former Minister of Energy in the Republic of Zambia, as my guest. Welcome, Honorable Nkua.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pawanga. It's a pleasure to be on this forum to share with the international community what is happening in the electricity sector in Zambia.
Let's begin by you telling us, who are you?
My name's Matthew Nkua. I don't even have a middle name, but Matthew Nkua. And I've been a businessman for a long time, ever since 1989. I've been working on my own. And then lately in 2016, I joined politics in Chingola, a mining town in Chingola, where I won as a member of parliament. And after winning as a member of parliament, I was appointed Minister of Works and Supply in 2016. And in 2018, I was moved to Minister of Energy. Basically, I stayed in the Ministry of Works and Supply for 1.5 years. And I was moved to Minister of Energy, where I did the 3.5 years of the 5-year tenure of office that I'd asked for. And you may wish to know I'm 67 years old, and I didn't seek re-election. I am retired now, and even the business, I've got my children that are running our family business.
Thank you very much. Now, you are in a very unique situation, being a former Minister of Energy and also having been a business person. Let us begin with your public service. What were your successes and where do you think you stumbled?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the success that I would talk about mainly is the enacting into laws, Electricity Act number 12 and Energy Regulation Board Act number 11, and with this coming on board, it has made the investment very easy for people in Zambia, because basically it opens up the electricity market. And also we did the electricity policy 2019. So we've got a modern policy, we've got new laws that allow anybody who can come in and erect a power station or solar system, whatever you can do, and you'll be able to sell your power to the willing buyer, willing off-taker, and all the grid and the transmission lines are common carrier, meaning that whoever puts up any electricity power plant, as long as the capacity is there, the people that own the transmission lines will be able to say that we'll charge you so much for using our transmission lines, and you can transmit your power to where it's supposed to go. My only regrets are that it took us a bit long. We only enacted these bills in 2019, and therefore we didn't have a lot of time to sort of implement them. I wished we could have enacted them much earlier, then we could have seen the fruits coming out. But I can assure you that we planted and the fruits will sort of come out. So Zambia is a destiny, definitely, for power generation. And we are sitting around in a country which is on the middle. We used to call it landlocked. Now we call it land-linked, with 8 neighbors. And out of these 8 neighbors, only one neighbor has got sufficient electricity, and that is Mozambique. And therefore, we would like to trade with the other neighbors. Already here, we've got a bit of an excess of electricity after putting the Kafue Gorge lower, which was commissioned recently by the former president, Edgar Lungu. We commissioned so far 2 generators, which is 300 megawatts. And we hope that we'll finish the 750 megawatts very soon. So we want to make Zambia an electricity hub.
So now, and in fact, for those who may not know, Minister Matthews Nkua, he has been, it's only recently that he stopped being a minister, so he is still very much hooked into some of the policies that were enacted during his tenure, and also he's actually seeing them from a distance materialize. He's just been out of office for, is it 3 months? So he's pretty much very well informed. Now that you are obviously retired, but you also are running your business, as a business person, has your perspective changed about the power generation in Zambia?
My working into the government has actually opened my eyes. I didn't know how much potential there was in the government. Right now, Zambia, we've got about 3,600 megawatts. We can go up to 600 of hydropower. And you know, we've got sunshine almost 10 hours in a day. And then we've got a lot of hot springs where we can have power plants put, you know, and we've got various other opportunities here in Zambia. And I can tell you that because Zambia is so unique as an African country, we've just come out of an election where my government lost an election and we handed over power peacefully. So there's been 3 transitions from UNIP to MMD, from MMD, which was Movement for Multi-Party Democracy. Let me start again. United National Independence Party, which was UNIP, lost to MMD, Movement for Multi-Party Democracy. And Movement for Multi-Party Democracy lost to Patriotic Front. And Patriotic Front has lost to UPND, United Party for National Development. And all these transitions have gone smoothly, unlike our neighbors. So therefore, if you want to say, for example, supply power in the Congo, I would advise that you come and put up a power plant here. And if I had the money, I would actually put up a power plant because I know that the Congo is in dire need. By end of 2022, they will be requiring something like 2,000 megawatts. And by end of 2024, they will be climbing to about 3,000 megawatts of power that they want. So it will be easier to put up a power plant here in Zambia and be able to transport the power to Congo, and the Congolese will buy it. I think that's why there's the biggest demand. But I can tell you, like I said earlier on, there are a lot of other countries that are around us that would like to buy this electricity. So it's put me in a unique position that I'm able to see the opportunities that I didn't see when I was out of government, because we've got a resource map which we drew up when I was in the ministry. So if you want a resource map, we'll probably be able to send you a resource map, and you can be able to see where you can put what in Zambia in terms of hydro, solar, and other forms of electricity.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for the offer of the resource map, and I'm sure that people would be interested in seeing that. Now, my question is, one of the things that you have to do to be able to increase capacity is have capacity in transmission, so that whatever you generate, you will be able to transport it and distribute it. So how is the transmission capacity within Zambia? Is it able to cater for an extra, let's say, 300 megawatts or 500 megawatts that can be transported to the DRC?
This is where the biggest problem is. For example, we signed a deal with Malawi some 2 years ago, and we were going to give them only 20 megawatts, and they couldn't take 20 megawatts. They could only take 12 megawatts because their grid is not strong enough. It's the same thing with the Congo. Our grid is slightly stronger, but we need definitely an improvement onto our grid. But with the help of the World Bank and the cooperating partners, we are doing interlinks between Botswana, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And then we are doing an interlink which is between Zambia, Tanzania, and Kenya. So we are putting the interlinks. But apart from only the grid being strong enough, what we need is what do you call it? The intelligent grid. The
smart grid.
Smart grid, yes, smart grid, so that you can be able to work properly. Without a smart grid, I think the combination of solar and the other energies, would make it difficult for us to combine. But we need a smart grid. So yes, we are working on our grid. We are improving it. But our friends around, I think they are also a bit backwards in terms of working on the grids. But I know that they have got something on the table, because we've been sharing with Malawi, Botswana, we've been sharing with Congo, and so on. They have got something on the plate that they're working on, especially Congo. They are almost there. I'm sure they'll be putting up a grid very, very soon.
So you have mentioned quite a number of projects going on. What is the appetite in the country, particularly with banks, to support mega projects? Or are these mega projects just done by development finance institutions?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think that's a very important question. Definitely, I can tell you that there is a huge appetite. But as you know, power plants don't come easy. They cost a few hundreds of millions of dollars. Like the 750 megawatt power plant, hydro power plant that we did, cost us about $2.2 billion US. That includes a transmission line from the power station to the next substation, and putting up some other substations and so on. So obviously, it's a consortium of banks that come together and they work on this particular thing, projects. And I can tell you that the appetite is good, as long as there's a backable document. Because once you invest in electricity, then for sure you get your return back. You get your return, because right now there are few people that want to come and do business in Zambia that are failing to come and invest into other sources of business. Like they want to manufacture starch, they want to manufacture all sorts of things, soap and cooking oil and so on, so that we can export. Most of our agriculture outputs end up just rotting on the market. You want to make tomato puree, tomato sauce, and stuff like that. So there are a lot of people that come to our Ministry of Commerce and they want to put up this. But what was holding them back is that there's no electricity. So it's a catch-22. With electricity, then you start getting more and more industries coming in and putting in the money. I think what is important is that the people that are putting up power plants must have a cost-reflective tariff, so that with a cost-reflective tariff, and everybody will know. I mean, if we are producing electricity in Zambia, why should we produce it? I'm just picking numbers from top of my head. Why should we produce electricity at 12 cents per kilowatt hour when our neighbors for example, in Zimbabwe are producing it for 8 cents per kilowatt hour? We must be able to compete, especially with people like Zimbabwe, people like Botswana, and so on. You know, it must be the same sort of pattern of tariffs. So we are working, when I was in the ministry, we were working to make sure that we are very competitive on the tariffs so that we can, you know, attract investors to come and invest into the electricity industry.
Oh, wonderful. Now, if you look at some of those opportunities, what do you think Zambia needs foreign investors?
Definitely, we need, we as Zambia haven't got a strong base of entrepreneurs. We have entrepreneurs, but most of them are small scale, SMEs. That's what we've got. So we don't have very strong entrepreneurs. So we need the strong entrepreneurs to come and partner maybe with the Zambians and come up with big projects which would cost a lot of money. But for now, I think as Zambia, there are very few people that would be able to invest into power plants. We definitely need the external resources.
Wonderful. Now, if you look at the rate of returns in Zambia on energy projects, what would you say is the average?
I would say that it's about 8 to 10% at the moment. But if people did it properly, it could go to 15%.
Okay, that's good. What kind of, you have been in the policy making arena for a long time. What kind of policy advice would you give for African countries to be able to attract investors?
I think African countries, like we belong to SADC, South African Community Development countries. And belonging to this group of countries helps us to sit down together and we make policies. And right now, there are policies that are being made by SADC, which we sign to. And once we sign to them, then we respect these policies. So there are definitely policies that are coming. And even us as a country, if we are going to draw a policy for our electricity industry, it's going to be part of the SADC or the African Union policies. Just with the African Union, from the African Union, it comes down to the smaller regions and so on and so forth. And therefore, we follow in that pattern as well. We belong to SADC and the African Union. So all those that are coming up, I know I attended a few meetings when I was minister and we discussed these things. The technocrats are busy working on them and very soon these policies will be in place.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkua. We look forward to receiving the resource map and also to finding how we can collaborate in future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Regis University has been the catalyst to all of my success. I appreciate the education that I have, the distance learning, the online process, and that was another fundamental part why I continued from my bachelor's to my master's. It has changed my life to the core.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity today to introduce you to the finance panel. The purpose of the finance panel is to give insights into what it takes to finance various different types of energy projects in Africa, both traditional as well as in newer, greener technologies. It is my pleasure to introduce to you, first of all, David Howe. David is one of the most experienced operational CFOs in all of Africa. He's worked with numerous different companies in the traditional energy sector. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce you to Jack Heffernan. Jack brings a wealth of experience in debt finance, structured finance, and hard asset finance. And he has worked in a variety of different sectors, pertaining to energy. So it is our goal here today to try to pass along some useful information to you that are going to be pursuing financing for your different energy projects. I'd like to first of all turn the microphone over to David so that he can give you a thumbnail sketch of his biography, and then we can do the same with Jack, and then we will return to David to start getting into some of the details of energy finance in the kind of traditional hydrocarbon sector. David, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. First of all, I've got 35 years cognate experience in finance, of roughly 20 years in Africa. I'm a member of CPA and I have a master's in business administration in finance. My traditional roles would be as a CFO or finance director of an oil company, exploration and production company, or a service company, or even in aviation. So in my time in Africa, I've spent in different sectors, but certainly when it comes to acquiring a new oil asset, I tend to be a go-to man for many organizations to help them across the line.
Shall we turn it over to Jack? Jack, you want to give a little bio on yourself?
Sure. So I have about 36 years experience on Wall Street. I've worked starting with Kidder Peabody, worked for some other firms such as Dean Witter, Smith Barney, and Cantor Fitzgerald that you may have heard of. Like you said, Peter, I started out in the debt capital markets area, originally in mortgage finance, mortgage-backed securities and mortgage finance, then went on to structured finance and again, real asset investing. My experience in Africa, let's see, I first went in 2006, so about 15 years ago, and it was to consult on mortgage-related issues. I was hired as a consultant to the Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Corp, which is like the liquidity facility for funding mortgages to affordable housing. And then also, had pitched the idea to the Ministry of Finance on creating an indigenous affordable housing fund called Family Homes Fund, which is up and running. And I've also worked on infrastructure finance and real assets, which commercial real estate, that kind of a thing. That's my background, and I've done projects that have pulled in a lot of the different financing institutions that we'll talk about today, and I'll get into that.
Great. Well, that was very helpful, and thanks for the introductions. David, why don't we start with you, and why don't we talk about essentially kind of what are the core elements that you need to pull together if you want to finance, an energy project in, again, kind of call it the traditional oil sector? What are the things that, an operator / investor needs to be aware of, and what's kind of the checklist of key things that they need to get right if they're going to get themselves financed?
Okay, thank you, Peter. Yes, I'll give you an example of what I'm going through right now. We're looking at a life of field of an asset that actually has never been worked. It's been acquired and never worked at all. So therefore, we're looking at how do we get a handle on the reserves? How do we understand whether that's going to be an operation that's going to produce a great deal of oil? The initial view of the original owner was it had quite large streams of sands to develop, but they were never developed. Why? Because I think they hadn't the money. They couldn't raise the money to do this. So first of all, we'd look at a data room and look at the reserves. We'd look at what pre-operational expenses have taken place. Where have they spent the money? What have they done? Have they done a seismic? Have they done anything like that? And then we'd have to look at the requirements of the license. Most of these licenses would have a relationship with the government. That relationship could be a joint venture, or it could be a production sharing contract. Production sharing contracts are whereby the emphasis on cost control. So they're typically North Sea, but they've been introduced into West Africa, where basically you both share the costs. You then have the tax oil, the royalty oil, and therefore you share the profits. So the better you reduce the costs, the more handle you have on your profits are going to be. Therefore, also key to all this, can you get an offtake agreement? So once you get an offtake agreement, you know, and you go after that offtake agreement before you're going through the process of acquisition to see that it is viable and whether you could get an offtake agreement. Some of these assets could be in shallow water, deep water, or on land. So in a lot of cases, you know, we know that the big players like Shell and the Chinese want to acquire the crude. So that's if you like the initial plan. When we're actually building a model for a transaction to take place, we need like a full operational description statement. That is where the board have actually got an idea of how they will go about the operation. That could be quite detailed in terms of acquiring land, acquiring facilities, how they would explore that asset, what equipment they would need, subsurface, what rig they might need, and how they were going to evacuate the hydrocarbons. Therefore, from that, we'd probably have a business plan to first oil, and then we'd have a business plan from first oil onwards, because from first oil onwards, it will then be a financing deal for the rest of the capex to actually develop the reserves. So then there will be a subsequent business plan, which would be 5 to 7 years, roughly in line with the debt arrangement. And then we'd look at the ongoing and then the future capex and able to develop the reserves. For example, we might have an idea, it might do 10,000 barrels a day with a potential of 50,000 barrels a day. In that case, we have to know what we need to spend to get to the 50,000. And as you know, wells decline over time, so we'd have to build in a decline rate. So what's key is the production forecast and the depletion, because some wells deplete quicker than others. And of course, you have to always think about the abandonment process. What has been typical in the past is you have to make a reserve at the end of the life of field when you hand the license over, and that's usually roughly about the future cost of 10% of the original capital value. So that's, if you like, the sort of start of the model. To support that model, there'll be, like you say, this 5 to 7 year business plan. The funding requirement for pre and post first oil, that's always pretty key to this. What the investor would look at is the quality of the board of directors, the company mission and vision statement. The operational staff CVs are the most important, because these are the guys that are going to be running the operation. Because in a lot of cases, the board of directors could be people that are away from the day-to-day operation of the business. And what's really key, well, when you're looking at this, and when an investor looks at this, is the SWOT analysis. What are the strengths we have? What are the weaknesses we have? What are the opportunities and what threats we could have to carry out this out? It could be, a threat could be an environmental thing. It could be that the community is difficult to work in, as has been found in Nigeria, and as Shell has found in Nigeria. And the company's previous experience. All these are really, if you like, the top line things I would like to bring to the table in terms of what's required to acquire an oil business as such. Is that helpful?
One or two questions, just because, basically, the oil sector is driven on the financial side really essentially by kind of, the capital markets, by classical kind of equity investors and debt investors. Mm-hmm. The DFIs do not take place in that. The kind of ESG investors don't do that. So this is really essentially a very strictly commercial enterprise. Okay, that we're talking about.
Yes, it is.
All right. But in terms of the way that project fundings are typically done, it fits the mold in terms of certainly what the financial structures look like, in that, typically you're looking at kind of 10, 20, maybe 30% of a funding coming from the equity side, but the majority of it is coming from debt. So really, so you have to obviously model expenses, you have to model cash flows, and then you have to model pay down scenarios.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. All right.
In most of these models, we have a life of field model, which has a full cash flow and full abandonment calculation and a full tax cash flow as well. So the model's quite detailed.
Yes. And some of the other things that you obviously need to very much take in mind, taxes play a very important role in determining whether a funding is going to be viable or not. Okay. And typically investors like tax-friendly environments because, when the tax burden gets too high, the numbers no longer work.
Absolutely.
All right.
Agree.
And you also have, you also obviously have a real regulatory burden because, as we know, if something goes wrong, you can have a real environmental problem on your hands, and the cleanup costs can be, it can have a devastating impact on the people in the area, but it also can make a viable project not viable if you have massive cleanup costs.
That's probably one of the things I missed off the list, because environmental impact assessment has to take place first as well. So, but I tried to touch on that with the actual problems with the communities, because that could be part of it. But like you say, oil spill is an issue. It does happen. It does happen in certain countries where there's a lot of vandalism in the community in terms of pipelines and stuff.
And also in Africa, you have to look at a bunch of different things. You do have issues that have to do with currencies, which you often have to take into account. And you have issues sometimes with repatriation. Okay, again, investors expect to be able to get their money in, but they also expect to be able to get it out. Okay, and sometimes oil projects are not viable if you can't, extract your funds.
Yes, that's a good point. That's a good point, because some governments have got like a standard level you can actually take out of the country on a given period of time. And in some countries, I can give examples whereby one country refused to allow you to use crude receipts to pay staff, expatriate staff salaries. So they would pay in local currency. So that the matter of the exchange and the currencies is quite important.
Okay. All right. And again, another thing that is obviously important is, some of the groups that get into the business have really good operational credentials, but others are more financial buyers, which then means that they have to lean on the technical expertise of others. So, you have to hire credible people in credible groups, okay, kind of all along the food chain. Okay, or else you run into issues. People buy oil blocks and then fail to exploit them because they don't have the right technical teams.
I think what I found myself in Africa is that you do get an awful lot of entrepreneurial types that haven't got that technical knowledge to start something. Yep. They've got the idea, and I say mission and vision is very important, and they don't actually can't even see the way to make it go through. And I think also you can find is that you might find the wrong people in the teams, because you have to have a relationship with the joint venture partner, which could be the government. And if you don't have a relationship there, that actually can fail. The project can fail. I have had an experience where I was actually brought into an oil company to stop the operator from throwing out the finance and technical partner because he had no relationship with the joint venture partner, and they hired the wrong people. They had the square pegs in round holes. They didn't have operators that are used to doing 10,000 barrels a day. They had operators doing 1 million barrels a day, and it's not the same. You weren't getting the right people running the project. So that's a really good point. You have to have, for me, what's really important when I mentioned about operational CVs, you have to have people who've got frontline experience, because the institutional lenders want to know that these people can deliver.
Sure. Of course, that makes sense. Well, look, I think that just given the length of time that we want to devote to this panel, I'd like to kind of transition a little bit over to you, Jack, and maybe to kind of set the table. At the end of the day, the traditional sector has a whole series of complexities that have to be dealt with. And David, thank you for kind of elucidating what some of those are. But on the financing side, it tends to be at least somewhat straightforward in that you need a chunk of equity, then you're going to go out and you're going to borrow, and essentially you're going to figure out how to pay down those borrowings. And if the numbers work, they work. If they don't, they don't. In the non-traditional, or kind of in some of the newer, greener technologies, the financing aspects of them are often more complex and have more different participants in them. You may have, straight equity investors, you may have commercial debt, but you may have other things going on in there as well. You may have DFI participation. You may need certain risk mitigation, tools and things like that. Jack, maybe why don't you kind of talk about a little bit of what you've seen kind of in the wind sector and some other areas? Because what I'm hoping that we can do is kind of draw out a little bit of a compare and contrast. Okay, so people get a sense of, okay, if I'm doing oil, this is what that's going to look like. But if I'm doing wind or solar, these are some of the things I may encounter if I go down that path.
Certainly. Well, thank you, David, for your background there. And yeah, you're right. So in the petroleum industry, oil was discovered, I think, in the mid 50s, in Africa. So like over the last 70 or so years, there's been a very well established, financing model on how it works. Secondarily, in the oil industry, unlike in the renewables, you're getting paid in dollars for your product, right? You get oil, you get paid in dollars. So that when you're trying to do risk and all of that, that's a big part of your cash flow. It's all in dollars. In the renewable sector, you're signing a power purchase agreement that's all going to be based on the local currency. So you have things such as that. Currency risk is a much bigger factor, in the renewable sector. And also it's still kind of daily they're discovering new ways of how they're putting together financing and and different financing models. The DFIs, which stands for Development Finance Institutions, are a big part of that, Peter. Like the DFC, which was formerly known as OPIC in the United States, you have KfW in Germany, FMO in the Netherlands, CDC, and all of these. These institutions are government entities that look to support business ventures, of their countrymen in these other nations. And additionally, they're trying to do like nation building and try to help fund that kind of like the policies that the government is trying to push. And some of that right now is renewables and the like that you see. So when you look at it, you start out very similar to what David's talking about. You have to have the right kind of business plan. You need to have the CVs. And renewables, you have to come up with a levelized cost of energy analysis. It's kind of that's your basis on what it costs to produce and what you're going to get paid for it to figure out how you can support a project. They also tend to start out kind of in the same boat as to what you're looking for. On the finance ratios. For example, look at there was a land-based wind farm in Senegal that was financed through OPIC, before it became DFC in the United States. And so how it started out was, the cost of the project was about $330 million. OPIC pledged to do up to $250 million, of which half of it, $125 million approximately, was a direct loan. And then another 125 million of it was for a cross-currency interest rate swap. All right. So what they're basically doing, right, is you've got OPIC's willing to lend a certain amount of their own money, and then what they're trying to do is to involve the private sector finance, like a private bank, and by help mitigating the risk by hedging out the currency risk and the interest rate risk, makes it more palatable for a European bank to come in and finance it. And this in case it was a Dutch developer. So basically, out of the 330 million, them putting up 250, they're lending 75%, right? So it requires another 25% on the equity side. And I don't have the breakdown of it, how it worked, but there was basically the developer coming in and also a private equity fund, right? Mm-hmm. So you have private equity funds coming in to help bolster that side of the equation, right? Now, that's a good project, but it's also kind of, simplistic. In a lot of ways, it's very tough out there to come up with that equity portion, because typically, the developers and the guys that want to sponsor and bring on a project don't have 75 years in the business and don't have the balance sheets. They tend to be newer guys, much younger, type of businesses. So then what you find that DFIs can also help out, in that way as well. Ideally, what they're trying to do is to attract private investment into these ventures. So the DFIs, in addition to lending themselves, they can also provide insurance, right? They can provide political risk insurance, expropriation insurance, currency inconvertibility insurance, and political violence. So those are all types of risks that you look to mitigate in any type of project. So, by getting the project insured, that's a way to get banks and private investors in, right? Then on the other side of it too, what you've seen is a huge amount, like recently, of social bond issuance. Okay, this year from January to September 2021, there's been about a total of 770 billion social bond issuance out there. All right, the breakdown, if I look at my notes, if you don't mind, green bonds issuance, which would be for like solar projects and wind type power, they raised about $362.8 billion in bond issuance. Sustainability, about 143 billion, and social bonds, about 170.1 billion dollars. So social bonds they're issued by corporations or parastatal institutions, right? You've had World Bank issue bonds, you've had Alphabet, which is Google parent company, issuing bonds. You have Facebook and Microsoft issuing social bonds. What they're basically doing is you have companies that will come in and they are the credit behind the bonds. So they're able to borrow funds at what their credit rating is. So Alphabet ends up issuing like about 8 billion in social bonds. Their cost of funds was about 0.61%. Okay, now so this is how the private sector is coming in to try to attract investment into these areas where that they see societal good, in the renewals. So you've got the social bond issuer, Alphabet. Now they lend the money to these projects, and they can do it in straight out loan. They can do it in subordinated debt, which helps to juice the returns for equity investors into these type of projects, and also lending facilities, and the like. So you've got the DFIs. You've got like this big area of social bond issuance, and then to kind of put it all together, what is kind of the popular buzzword now, what you see a lot of, is called blended finance, right? And so when you're trying to look at these different metrics to put it together in order to to finance a project, a lot of times you end up coming short, typically on like the equity side of the sponsors, that kind of a thing. So in I guess it was Davos in 2016, a lot of the nations got together and they sponsored an entity called Convergence. It's Toronto based. And what they do is they try to help bridge the gap in financing structures by not only dealing with the DFIs, social bond issuers, but also like foundations around the world, like big sponsors of this, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and and the like. And so ways that they can do this is typically if you've got your 75% of debt lined up, you've got your political risk insurance and mitigations and cross-currency swaps all kind of lined up, but you're still coming short on the equity side. They can get foundation funding to come in and take an equity piece where they'll even make their expected returns subordinate to the other equity investors to try to sweeten the pie in order to get people involved in these kind of projects. So this is kind of the creativity that you see in trying to get this stuff done, and it's not just in the financing package itself. I mean, for example, if you're looking at wind projects, right, and you're looking at offshore wind projects, and right now there is a big push looking at offshore wind on Africa, because on the west coast, up around the Horn, down around South Africa, and even on the east, there's a lot of just really good pockets of offshore wind. But you can kind of mitigate some of the risks you have doing land-based types projects, right? If you're trying to find attractive land, out there, to put it typically, to get the kind of fields you need, you'd have to build your own road to get there. And then you have all the issues of the state, in dealing with like the next new after elections, new guys come in and decide whether they want it or not, and just the transmission capabilities in all these countries is lacking. So if you look at, say, offshore wind, and that's where you see some of the like the World Bank and IFC pushing to look at things there. For example, World Bank has online, if you look them up, World Bank's wind research, they publish a site that has just an incredible amount of information on there that can help you kind of figure out what you want to do as like where the wind is. They take measurements at 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. They have everything color coded, and what they're doing is pouring like a lot of money into research to provide the tools for sponsors and people looking to do this to get the information they need to put together the proper business plan. So there's a lot of institutional support, all of it going towards trying to attract the private investment, and that's pretty much it.
Look, I think we need to kind of get close to a little wrap up here. Let me make a couple of quick final comments, and I think this was great, and thanks, Jack. That was super helpful. I think at the end of the day, if you try to summarize the differences, the petroleum industry has essentially been around for a long time, which also means that you have basically stable models and stable players. Okay, on the equity side, you're going to have private equity, you're going to have strategic investors, you're going to have commercial banks. On the renewable side, on the green side, what you're seeing is very rapid evolution. And because you're seeing rapid evolution, you're also seeing rapid changes in how these things get funded. And you're also seeing, even literally as we speak, you're seeing a transition because these technologies needed to be supported financially 5-10 years ago because they didn't stand on their own legs. Today, you're reaching, parity in many cases, okay? But you still want to have a base of support, particularly from the DFIs, but you are also now getting this new group of ESG investors coming into it. The thing that we stated almost at the beginning of this conference are the individual components can change and shift, but the high-level principles in a lot of ways remain the same. It's going to be a debt-dominated structure. If it's a debt-dominated structure, you have to have offtakes. Because it takes time to create these projects and you don't have revenues for a period of time, again, you need that walking around money, that initial investment money to survive the period in which your project is going to be constructed. And in between those 2 points, you need credible people to supply your equipment, and you need credible people to run whatever the energy installation is that you're going to be dealing with. But the long story short is, starting back at where we began, the gap between potential consumption and production in Africa is the greatest in the world. If you can close that gap, you will make money. All right. So we want to encourage people that are out there that are thinking of doing projects in Africa, move them forward. There is help. There is support. There are ways of getting these things done. And basically, Africa needs you to move your stuff forward, and we hope that this has been useful.
Hello, everybody. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are. My name is Patrick Tonwe. I am the head of policy and regional strategy with Google. GOGLA is a global industry association for what is one of the most innovative and impactful industries today. We as a sector are delivering innovative energy products to communities, households, and people who are really living beyond grid access, particularly in developing countries today. To date, since 2010, we as an industry have delivered modern energy products, delivering at least tier 1 access to over 360 million people. And we are quite proud that we also remain one of the most resilient to date. Last year, even with the COVID pandemic, we saw that our industry was able to attract about $200 million of investment into our sector between January and August in 2020. However, I think today we're really here to talk about what do we need to do to deliver energy access, particularly in the sub-Saharan continent, between now and 2030 as we look towards realizing the SDG 7 goals. We as a sector recognize, and in the context of the conversation that the UN Secretary General called this past September, that today over 760 million people still live without access to modern energy. And we as a globe really are not on track to realize the SDG 7 goals, and we will still leave many people behind if we don't do something different. We as a sector think and believe that we have the business models as well as the technologies and the products that can be able to make sure that everybody at least has access to a level of energy that can meet their social, household, and as well as their productive needs. But we also recognize that we do still face some constraints, and if some deliberate actions are not taken, specifically as we look at this issue around how can we attract investment into the sector. To give you a background, we see that to be able to reach everybody, we need at least $2 billion of investment into this space every year. If we're going to make sure that everybody has access to modern energy. And as I've just quoted, in 2020, we saw in 8 months only about $200 million, which is about a tenth of what you need. And this remains one of the biggest constraints that we have. We as a sector, need investment into our firms, the companies that are working in this space need to raise the capital, all types of capital, from equity, debt, and other financial instruments, to be able to, one, grow their companies, make sure that they can reach the customers and expand their networks wherever they have. We at the same time are also trying to reach communities and households for whom affordability is a key challenge. So we need to offer innovative financial products to make sure that we can offer payment plans as well as other ways to support them to be able to access their products. And today that just is not in place. So what do we need to do to be able to unlock some of these things? I think we as a sector, first, we look at what we need from the public sector. We continue to urge governments across all the markets that please provide an enabling environment. And an enabling environment does several important things for our sector. Because we are a private sector, we need to be quite responsible with our the owner's capital. And we look for places that are really safe, credible investment destinations that companies can come in and invest, and they can make sure that they at least have a return back to their investors. And for that, we need some policy signals from government. We need you to show us and to demonstrate, one, a commitment to our sector that you're going to work with us, because we need to be able to show our investors that we have viable markets in which we are very clear about the customer, the policy environment, and as well as things around like foreign currency exchange and foreign currency access, and everything else that we need. We need to find ways to unlock local currency financing in the market so that we can also raise that type of capital to de-risk and reduce the exposure of our members to foreign fluctuations in foreign currency. Secondly, we also need to go to the investment community and try and unlock the type of capital that we need, which is patient capital. We are, I think for us as a sector, we need long lead times. I think the biggest innovation in our sector has been around PayGo as a model to allow customers to pay for their products over time. And which means we need to be able to give products to our customers and wait over 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 months for them to pay back their products, which means we need capital that will allow us that time to be able to receive those payments slowly and over time. We also need to think about how we can de-risk and reduce the cost of the capital that our members are attracting, because it is evident and it's clear that the customers that need our products and that we are serving typically are the lowest income households. And when you look at them from a traditional point of view, they may not look like the most attractive, but they need these products. And if we are able to come up with innovative ways to support them to access these products and reduce improve the affordability for them, they are buying these products and they're paying for them. And our history shows that. So we also really need to think about getting that type of capital into the industry and into our firms and into our members. And then I think lastly, also, we need to look at the consumer side. When we compare what, particularly the investments and the support that's provided on the grid side to make sure that the cost for consumers is reduced, either by sharing the cost or the load for generation and distribution, you find that across the main grid system, there is subsidies and things like that that really reduce the cost of energy to customers. And yet in our sector, we find that because in too many countries or too many places, we're still looked at as a consumer industry. We're having to pay import duties, we're having to pay taxes like value-added tax. The full cost of the products and servicing the products and reaching the customer has to be passed on to the consumer. And because, again, we are serving really low-income rural households for whom affordability is a key constraint. In some cases, they may have irregular incomes or other type cash flows that unless we find a way to reduce the cost of the products, either through public sector subsidies or other subsidy support programs, the customers that we are trying to reach just will not be able to afford the products despite everything that we do. So again, we do also need to look at how can we provide some type of support to the consumer to be able to afford and sustain the products that they need, to be able to really realize the benefits of access to modern energy services, and that we can see the improvement in their quality of life and provide economic opportunities to everybody, regardless of where we live. Thank you very much. We really look forward to making an impact, particularly as we look to 2030 and beyond, in all the communities and across developing countries and wherever else our customers need. Thank you very much.
Every faculty has inspired me. They've inspired me to pursue more, and they inspire us like in the classroom to really think more, think critically, and also aspire for more.
It's really awesome to be here. It didn't even feel like school, it just felt like a journey. This was an amazing program. It was very reflective. It was eye-opening. I feel like I grew so much.
Just the Regis experience as a whole, I've loved it. I'm going into a very technical field that I can make a really big impact in and honestly change the world.
Yes, good afternoon, morning, evening, depending where you are. When is it when you listen to this presentation? So I'm very happy to have the opportunity today to do a short presentation on unlocking Africa's energy investment potential, the main theme of the Energy Africa Conference of 2021. So as an advisory board member, I'm trying to share some of my experience. It's some on the ground experience. And what I really believe, and I think is the main theme of this conference, is clearly there is not a lack of potential investors to invest into energy in Africa, and there is not a lack of projects. Now, the main challenge is really to bring them together and make sure we have some common interest and to go into the same direction. So I'm not a subject expert matter, but I will try to give my best to share my own experience on the ground and to be able really to say what I believe is the key success factor to this. So first presenting a bit myself. I'm currently the new CEO of a Search Hill company since 2-3 months soon. Search Hill is actually in the energy sector, and it has created a unique cooling technology, which has mainly been used in emerging market for vaccine fridges for the past 10 years. And now we are really happy to launch actually on home and small business fridge in sub-Saharan Africa. And the fridge is, thanks to a unique technology, it allows actually to have continuous cooling without constant power and without batteries, as the only battery is actually water. So this is water which is used as an energy storage, and it's a great application for solar. So it can be either a solar fridge or it can be plugged into weak grid or also into mini grid. So key enabler also to meet this goal of giving energy, but also giving appliances into rural Africa, which will enable to actually generate additional income. Before that, I was in West Africa, and I was managing PEG Africa in Senegal and in Mali, launching the country of Senegal. So PEG Africa is a solar home system company, providing light, TV, and water pump through the pay-as-you-go technology. And we are going actually to talk a lot about the pay-go technology in this session. I launched the Senegal business, and really with the objective is to bring actually growth and profitability into an impact sector. And the business has been profitable from the first year onwards. So showing also that impact business can be profitable, and actually the growth has been slowed down because of the lack of financing, not lack of financing, but especially the speed. And it's why I'm very passionate about making sure that if we have the sufficient financing, then actually it will be very feasible to reach the objective of universal access to energy. So before being in the energy impact sector, I was working in Nigeria 3 years in an agri company, and I was also working 2 years before that in FMCG company serving remote island across the world. And before, I did a 2-year cycling around the world, and it's actually during that time that I have really developed an interest and a passion for access to energy in developing countries, having crossed a good part of South America and a good part of Africa. And I saw the need and the power actually that bringing energy could be for people. And before, I had a much more like corporate standard career working for Procter & Gamble, Ernst & Young, and Carrefour. So actually, I'm currently going through a fundraise again in my new company. Before, I was more in the operation. It's also the first time for me I'm going through trying to find financing to grow the business. And then so it's a good opportunity to talk about what are the challenge and the need actually of financing for pay-go solar home system company and mini grid operators. So we all know the main challenge to overcome. So that there is still more than 600 million people in Africa who live without access to electricity. And unfortunately, actually, for the first time in 6 years, this number has increased in 2020, and making the 2030 SDG7 goal even a bigger challenge to achieve. So, of course, people who don't have access to energy, they have to offset using costly, polluted, and dangerous alternatives. And this is why clean energy and has really been a great solution, and is a great solution for this. We also need to really think that without electricity, it already limits the potential for generating some income. So you can see in the graph, still most of the country, in the 60% about of shareholders also to have access. But the interesting thing, and you see the red, is actually you can have access, but the access might not be reliable. So it's not just a question of having access, it's a question of actually being able to have the reliability of it. And also a lot of people are interestingly living on grid, accessible to the grid, able to connect, but usually they don't have actually the money or the confidence to connect to the grid because of reliability, and actually the cost of connection and the cost of the grid can be quite high. So we know that we know the solutions, and they have been identified, and we have seen a great progress over the past 10 years and even more over the past 5 years. There are 3 main buckets to bring energy, electricity to those 600 million people. And you can see on the graph, actually, it has been being split in a certain numbers. Sometimes it's split differently. I think it's a bit of a subjectivity. But overall, we know there is a grid extension, which is what developed countries are mainly used, but in Africa, which is a big challenge because it will depend on local government to invest. It will also really make sure that it can be reliable, and the cost of bringing the grid into remote rural area is very, very, very high, which make it difficult also to be sustainable. And then you have also a cost of operating it. So it's great for major urban centers, but not the best solution for rural areas. And we know that in Africa, still a lot of the people live remote in rural areas. So you have 2 other solutions which have developed as well, which we are going to talk a bit more in details, which are the mini grids. And of course, the mini grids, they are like a small scale power plant, which are either from a diesel generator or solar. And the main thing for them is they require significant upfront investments for set up the installation. And then it will be repaid over time through the electricity consumption. And the biggest challenge faced by mini grid operator is actually to get sufficient usage, because to be able to be repaid, you need the consumer to use electricity, and light only is not sufficient to make it actually sustainable in terms of financially sustainable. So it's why now the main thing for mini grid is also trying to finance appliances to be connected to the grid, which is also an interesting evolution. And then the third, which actually is seen as the biggest opportunity to meet 300 million people access to electricity, is the solar home system. And so the solar home system, it's mainly require a lot of fund and finance to actually being able to finance the end user, because as you know, the solar home system, you have a system which is sold on credit, and thanks to the pay-go technology, if you don't pay, then the system shut down. So it's a bit of like a bit of prepayment. But then the good thing is after a couple of years, most of the time you become the owner of the material, and then it costs you zero to actually continue to enjoy electricity. It has gone from a small light kit to much bigger kit, and it's also very important that to be able to grow fast, the only limit is really actually the financing, because you need sufficient financing to give the credit to the end user. And we have seen a fast growth in this industry, but always a challenge to actually get sufficient financing to continue to grow. So if we start with a bit of a deep dive on the mini grid, it's an interesting trend, as you can see on this graph here. The number of mini grid has increased significantly in sub-Saharan Africa, and which is a very good thing. And a very positive as well is originally we are mainly into diesel generating mini grid, and now it has moved a lot more to solar generating mini grid, which is also great to make sure that we generate environmental friendly energy. The kind of negative part is we can see that the financing has been up and down and it means like, unfortunately, we would like to see the financing also going up exponentially, and we can see that it has been a bit of the challenge. So a lot of challenge for the mini grid, but really like a growing sector, and the operator are really trying to find innovative way to get financing, but innovative way also to make sure that they have a better return on the mini grid. The difficulty is that it's very scattered. You don't have like one big operator. It's a lot of small operator because the investments are big, and again, it's a big upfront investment. Then if we look at the solar home system, so here again, everything started with a solar lantern. I think it was the first kind of access to light, which was clean energy and cheapest, and which was actually mainly through cash purchase solar lantern. And slowly, we have seen more and more bigger kit developing with lights, with fans, with TV, with radio, with torch. And you can see those latest figure from actually the first 6 months of 2021. Still like 3.5 million lighting systems have been sold across the world, and most majority being in Africa, and 1.2 million pay-go lighting system in a 6 months period. And the interesting things we can see is the number of appliances sold is also continuing to increase. And on the figure on the right, you can see the estimated actually size of potential, the potential of appliances, pay-go appliances off grid. 36 million for TV by 2032, 39 million for fan, and 11 million for fridge. Of course, the value is big. We are talking about over 25 billion dollars market, but it means a lot of financing needed, because to be able to bring those off-grid appliances pay-go to the end users needs to be on credit. We clearly know that those are more expensive than traditional appliances, and it's impossible to have to reach and have a large market if it's not sold on credit. So we are talking of bigger system, but then more expensive. So it means actually larger credit lines, which also is a kind of a current challenge for the solar home system company, to get all those credit lines to be able to finance those bigger assets. But as we said, those bigger assets are also a solution for bringing energy, but not only energy, for actually creating a larger generation of income for the users by mainly being productive use for the generation. So if we continue this deep dive on SHS, I think everybody who has been through and being part of a solar home system company will understand the challenging funding path, financing process, where you go from pre-seed, seed, Series A, Series B, Series C. The main thing is solar home system companies are extremely capital intensive. And you can see that very quickly you need to go into large equity and debt. And a lot of good solutions have been found for the debt. But still, we find very few traditional debt and traditional financing supporting the solar home system company. So it means it's quite expensive debt, and it's also taking a bit longer than traditional debt to get. There are some good news recently, which just came out, I think, a few days ago, is Standard Bank Group, has concluded a $75 million equivalent in shillings, in Kenyan shillings, for a financing facility for Greenlight Planet in Kenya. This is a great news because actually it's one of the first proper banking facility in local currency to support a solar home system company. And so this is really, and it's a big amount. So this is really a great news for the sector, and it's really what is needed, because it will really help to get the cost of financing down and to be able to actually grow faster the number of systems which can be financed. So I'm always thinking, meaning being in this industry, is how did the microfinance do? Because we can see at the end of the day, microfinance is also giving small loan. We could say even more risky because you don't have an asset as a collateral. But the microfinance industry has grown very, very fast and has been able to attract traditional investment. And you can see on these small charts, we can see that actually how we move from public funding to actually more private institutional investment. Several things we need to think about how it has been possible and how do we try to learn from that to get the same path for mini grid and solar home system company. Putting a regulatory environment is actually quite important, and it's something that lacks in the energy sector. And turning them, of course, into profitable entities, able to have standard commercial financing. But again, to be profitable also, you need to have like a cheap and accessible financing source. Otherwise, it makes it very expensive. And you need also to get to scale. And the thing you need the financing to get to scale. So sometimes actually is a lack of financing which makes your road to profitability being longer. So I really want to think that using the MFI as an example, continuing where we are should really help, but there is an urgency to get more financing for the mini grid and solar home system companies, to be fast and to be able to actually have a regulatory environment should be able to help. So looking forward again to a lot of events going on currently. So this Energy Africa conference, the COP26, the Africa Energy Forum, so a lot of events where a lot of good discussion and hopefully a lot of new innovative solutions are brought into to the table. So thank you for listening, and I hope you will enjoy this conference.
Welcome to the 2021 Energy Africa Conference. My name is Luca Powanga, Professor of Economics and Finance in the Anderson College of Business and Computing at Regis University. I'm also the Executive Director of the Energy Africa Conference, as well as being the founder. Today, I'm privileged to have the former Prime Minister of Guinea, His Excellency Lansana Kouyaté. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
I would like to begin asking the question, tell me a little bit about yourself so we know what makes the Honorable tick. What makes you tick?
Well, I went through a long career in a very short when I was little. I was, I started very, very quickly and from my country, and I was finally appointed as ambassador to Middle East, based in Cairo, with covering Sudan, Turkey, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, etc., many countries at the same time. So, and from there I moved in New York as a permanent representative and ambassador of my country to United Nations. And then I was, after 2 years, I was moved by United Nations as a special representative of the Secretary General, Dr. Boutros Ghali, to Somalia, where I spent 2 years of my time as a permanent representative and ambassador of my country to United Nations. And then I was, after 2 years, I was moved by United Nations as a special representative of the Secretary General, Dr. Boutros Ghali, to Somalia, where I spent 2 years of my time as a permanent representative and ambassador of my country to United Nations. And then I was, after 2 years, I was moved by United Nations as a special representative of the Secretary General, Dr. Boutros Ghali, to Somalia, where I spent 2 years of my time as a permanent representative and ambassador of my country to United Nations. And then I was, after 2 years, I was moved by United Nations as a special representative of the Secretary General, Dr. Boutros Ghali, to Somalia, where I spent 2 years of my my time as a permanent representative and ambassador of my country to United Nations. And then I was, after 2 years, I was moved by United Nations as a special representative of the Secretary General, Dr. Boutros Ghali, to Somalia, where I spent 2 years of my my time as a permanent representative and ambassador of my country to United Nations. And then I was, after 2 years, I was moved by United Nations.
The sun. Every day, the sun shines more than 3 trillion watts of free energy on the Earth. That's enough energy to power over 3 million homes for an entire year, being produced every day. Solar panels harness the energy and convert it into clean electricity to power our homes, businesses, and lifestyles. Light from the sun stimulates electrons on a solar panel. These electrons create DC, or direct current electricity. Solar electricity travels from the panels on your roof through an inverter to the circuit breaker panel of your building. An inverter changes DC electricity into usable AC, or alternating current electricity before sending it to the breaker panel of your building. Your home uses that electricity to power the electronic devices we use every day. It's like having your own power plant on your roof with an endless supply of clean energy. Anytime the panels are producing more energy than you are using, like sunny days when you are on vacation, the excess energy is sent back to your utility company, where they are required to buy back your excess electricity at the same rates they would normally charge, a concept called net metering. The utility company purchases your excess solar electricity and sells that energy to homes and businesses in your neighborhood. Even homes and businesses that do not have solar panels are still buying your excess solar electricity. When the sun goes down, your home or business purchases electricity from your local utility company the same way it has in the past. However, credits from your excess solar energy produced during the day will offset nighttime charges, which are much cheaper than peak daytime rates. This maximizes your savings through time of use billing, where you are selling energy to the utility during daytime peak hours while buying energy during nighttime off-peak hours. Instead of buying electricity from a power plant that burns coal and other pollutants, you are taking advantage of the free, abundant energy of the sun. As energy rates continue to go up, your system produces clean, renewable energy at no cost to you. Now you get to choose how much to spend on electricity. Imagine if we could do that with gasoline prices. Today, there are some incredible incentives and rebate to help pay for solar installation. Finance programs can help you install panels for as little as $500 down. Increase the value of your home or business by reducing your energy costs. Businesses will increase profits, while homeowners will increase their home's market value. Help save the environment and reduce global warming. Start producing your own clean energy. For more information, visit Solar Buddy's system quote page to see how solar will benefit your home or business today.
My name is George Abu of the managing. My name is George Abu of the managing director for Petrolog Group. Petrolog Group was established 40 years ago. Its principal focus has been in the energy sector, providing services in the energy sector. Petrolog Group has worked in regions including Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and lightly in North America. Petrolog has made significant plans and changes in order to transit the company's focus from the hydrocarbon-based energy sector into a company that takes into account the issues of climate change and decarbonization. And as such, we have set up a company called a subsidiary called Afefe, which is going to focus singularly on offshore wind in West Africa, in Sub-Saharan Africa. Now, it's interesting that offshore wind in Sub-Saharan Africa at this point in time is very limited and non-existent. There are some projects or opportunities in South America, in South Africa, that have been looked upon and then been researched upon. There are some opportunities in Namibia that are also being looked at. But offshore wind in Sub-Saharan Africa is limited in scope by virtue of the amount of investment required to be able to actualize offshore wind. However, I feel like there is a major issue at hand. The world, in particular the West and Asia, are moving into a world where offshore wind will be a dominant source of energy. And just like Africa missed the technological advancements and all the tangential benefits of the cell phone age, having to make a technological leap without the benefits of actual manufacturing experience, manufacturing growth, and all the necessary training of personnel and people that were required to actualize the visions of the technological age. I feel like the same issue will be faced in the offshore wind or in the renewable energy sector. The focus in Africa right now is on onshore wind, and that's fine, that's good, but I think it's not enough. A lot of the technological advancements are taking place in the offshore wind sector. A lot of the research and the funding are happening in the offshore wind sector. And as such, it's important that Africa be involved in this advancement because it increases the scale and scope of the investment, the scale and scope of the amount of power produced by focusing on offshore wind, which has a very, almost unlimited amount of potential. And as such, our drive is to develop projects that would be able to meet the requirements of investment grade standards required to put offshore wind in Africa. One of the ways in which we can achieve this is by using a collaborative method or a hub method, identifying perhaps maybe countries that are within close enough borders where an offshore wind facility can be installed. And then the power from that be plugged into a grid that will serve countries within that particular zone or within that particular area. Also countries that have enough of a mature system whereby PPAs and economic frameworks to be able to govern any offshore wind projects would have an enabling environment to be able to support such a project. Also the ability for the support infrastructure and to support the balance of plant equipment, the turbines, the offshore wind substation, and some of the installation and commissioning requirement, the port facilities. So we are identifying locations, and we have identified locations that we believe will be able to support this in the SSA space. SSA has a significant potential for offshore wind, and is a considerable area in which investments would be able to give a good return on investment over time. We've been able to do some analysis in regards to the wind strengths in different areas of the continent, all the way from Mauritania down across through to Ghana, down across through to Angola, Namibia, South Africa, which has an abundance of wind, all the way past through Tanzania up to the Horn of Africa. there's a lot of wind potential in Africa, but there are challenges, there are headwinds. A lot of the investment right now is going in the West, in the UK and the bordering countries, Northwest United States and some of the Western territories, seeing significant investment in offshore wind. So Africa needs to be able to find a place where they can be able to have a seat at the table to ensure that offshore wind development in Africa is actualized. Now, as a developer, we have several other challenges that we face in regards to financing, in regards to personnel and resources. But we believe that this can be overcome. We believe that we have to start now. We believe that we have to take the initiative. We believe that we can start early where Africa can benefit from the investment phase, benefit from the skills required to be able to participate in this growing subsector. Because the big fear that we have is that there will be a time where there will be offshore winds in Africa, but they will all be manufactured from technologies that would have been advanced to the point where they'll be manufactured in Asia, Europe, and just installed in Africa and will become consumers of electricity, rather than being able to manufacture the equipment required to be able to achieve this objective. So it's Petrolog's objective through its subsidiary Afefe to be able to actualize this goal and be able to bring offshore wind to Africa.
Hello, and welcome to our panel on financing energy access, new business models for on and off-grid electrification. My name is Robert Stoner. I'm the Deputy Director for Science and Technology of the MIT Energy Initiative and the Director of the Tata Center at MIT for Technology and Design. I'm also what I would call the honorary co-chair of this conference and have been for many years. And I say honorary because I'd like to acknowledge as absolutely appropriate the hard work that Luca Puwanga does to actually be the chairman of this conference and to organize it every year, for which we're very grateful. One of the aspects of the panel that we're about to have is that all of the members are connected in one way or another with the Global Commission to End Energy Poverty, which is an initiative that my colleague Ignacio Perez Arriaga and I jointly lead from the research side in collaboration with our partners at the Rockefeller Foundation. So without further delay, let's get going. The Commission is involved in trying to find ways to achieve universal access to electricity. And that means first identifying the causes of the failure that so many countries have had in achieving universal access, but more positively, to also try to identify the solutions to the problems. And we've done that. And so let me now move on to introducing our speakers, and then we'll work through that solution. But in addition to that, we'll hear about the opportunities and challenges in off-grid electrification, and then the opportunity afforded by the use of very high-tech techniques in computing and data analysis to de-risk investment in those technologies. Our first speaker will be Professor Ignacio Perez Arriaga, who is a longtime collaborator of mine and a permanent visiting professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Along with him will be Kern Peters, who is the Executive Director of GOGLA, the Industry Association for Solar Home System Providers. Welcome, Kern.
Thank you.
Along with him is Jessica Stevens, who is the Chief Executive Officer of AMDA, the African Microgrid Developers Association. She's coming to us from France. Kern is coming to us from Holland, and Ignacio, by the way, is coming to us from Madrid. But back here in the United States, I'm joined by Kate Steele, who is the co-founder and COO of Nithio, which is a company based in Washington that's developing the sorts of techniques I referred to help investors de-risk their investments in energy access. So what I'd like to do is start with you, Ignacio. If you could give us a sort of theoretical framing of what the Commission's doing and what it's proposing as the solutions to get us going. Over to you.
Thank you, Rob, and hello, everybody. So our research group at MIT, that is led by Rob Stoner and myself, we have been working for the last few years, first with the Shell Foundation and then with the Rockefeller Foundation, and for this Global Commission to End Energy Poverty, looking for ways to accelerate electrification. And we have arrived to the conclusion, and most of the things I'm going to say could look obvious on the first side, that we have to treat differently the three segments of electricity supply, which is generation, transmission, distribution. And when looking at where the problem that is impeding that universal access happens quickly, as it should have happened a long time ago, we focus mostly, we realize that the bottleneck is at distribution level. Of course, more investment is needed at transmission level, also large generation, but we have business models that work fine, that have been applied several times in developing countries with success, and therefore that model has to be pursued. But in distribution, what happens is that in most of these countries, the distribution companies or the distribution segment of vertically integrated companies is broke, is not functional. The service that they provide has poor quality, they are losing money, they are not well managed in general. And we have to find a solution to that because no good solution has been proposed. And so when addressing that problem, after much thought, we have come up with some principles that, again, look very simple, but they have profound consequences. And those four principles are the following ones. First of all, nobody should be left behind in electrification. So electrification is for everybody, at least with a minimum dignified level that provides some basic services. And when we look at that principle, we realize that has to be implemented seriously by some entity that has that commitment and has the resources to do that. And that implies that that entity at least should be the default provider, so provide electricity where nobody goes, and the last resort provider, so to take over when others fail. So let's go to the second principle because I have only 5 minutes. The second one would be that we have to pay attention to include in our plans of electrification the three electrification modes. Grid extension, that is the one that has received more attention traditionally, but also mini grids and standalone systems. When you apply the models that we already have and some of which we have developed ourselves to determine which is the least cost solution to provide electricity at country level or provincial level or state level, we find that we need a mix of grid extension, mini grids, standalone systems. Some people say that mini grids or standalone systems are expensive. Yes, they are expensive, or they could be expensive, but they are less expensive than grid extension under very frequent conditions. Distance, dispersion of load, etc. So we have to include that in the plans, and those plans have to be respected, and the regulation has to determine the rules of transfer of customers and coexistence of these three modes of electrification. The fourth principle is that we need an immense amount of money to electrify countries. When we are talking about a medium-sized country in Africa like Uganda, we might be talking about $6,000 million to achieve a minimum level of electrification for everybody. That money has to come mostly from private sources, and that amount of money will never come from private sources if the business is not financially viable. And when we talk about financially viable, the basic underlying principle is cost of service. So the companies that supply the service must receive the amount of money with a reasonable rate of return on investment to provide that service. And that applies equally to the three modes of electrification, because if we want to achieve electrification at least cost, we have to provide cost of service for grid extension, cost of service for mini grids, and cost of service for standalone systems with different schemes, business models, allowing the private entrepreneurship, everything. But the cost of service has to reach to everyone providing the service. And the fourth important principle, and the four of them have to be met, is that we do all this to provide development. So we have to do these activities being focused on development. And that means that in many cases, these companies providing electricity have to go beyond connection and help support initiatives of productive uses and community uses of electricity. And the electrification plans should not be only focused on residential customers. They have to take care also of productive uses and commercial uses, because otherwise the communities will continue being poor, but with some electricity at home. And so this is the summary of our findings. We are applying those and preaching this gospel in different places. From Latin America, we have been involved in the electrification planning in Colombia and Ecuador. We have been present in Rwanda, in Uganda, Nigeria. And what is important is that what we are proposing is not a recipe that has to be applied in a strict way in every situation. Every country is different. These principles have to be followed, but they lead to different implementation issues and different forms of business models, etc., in different places. We have found that concession agreements is a useful tool, but that doesn't mean that has to be followed everywhere. And with that, I will finish.
Wow, lots of interesting material that I'd love to ask you more about, but everyone has it, so let's keep going. Ken, tell us about solar home systems and that part of the off-grid sector and how it comes into this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robert, and delighted to be here. Also, very interesting to listen to Ignacio, of course. We've been in touch for a long time. Indeed, I represent an industry association, the Global Industry Association for what we call off-grid solar. With off-grid solar, we mean solar lanterns, solar home systems, ranging from several watt peak capacity to several hundreds of watts peak capacity, typically mass-produced plug-and-play solutions. Appliances that come with it are now often financed through the solar home systems, such as DC-powered televisions and radios and fans. And increasingly, we're also talking about solar-powered standalone operating appliances, such as solar water pumps and solar-powered refrigeration for productive uses. And our industry has been really developing on the back of two waves of innovation, two breakthroughs. One was some 12 years ago when we had white LED lighting, that enabled solar lanterns to be become much smaller and be powered for a number of hours with much smaller batteries and much smaller PV panels, combined with falling prices on solar PV and falling prices and improving quality of batteries. All that has meant that it's now possible to deliver robust, well-performing small systems to people in developing countries that have no electricity access for much more affordable prices. But when we talk about affordable prices, we talk about $10 for a solar lantern to several $100s for a solar home system, and several $100 is still pretty steep for most of the households that we're talking about. And then that second wave of innovation was to combine this technology with mobile technology, allowing these systems to be remotely controlled and switched off, and mobile banking, which meant that these systems could be given to customers with an initial down payment and then be paid off over time through mobile banking or through vouchers or whatever way people find to collect that money, because the system can be remotely switched off, and that's a big incentive for households to pay off the solar home system. And on the back of those two innovations, an industry has emerged in the last 10 to 12 years that has now provided some 420 million products to households in developing countries, mostly in Africa, a large chunk also in Asia, and the rest more dispersed across the globe. And you should see our industry as not infrastructure. So what we're trying to tell regulators and politicians and investors that they need to change their mindset on two fronts. On the one hand, they need to start accepting that products that they previously frowned upon and saw as toys and gadgets are now robust technologies that can really provide solutions that meet the needs of people that are currently unelectrified, and actually the lifeline for governments to reach out to those households. And the second paradigm shift that we ask from them is to see companies as the provider of a public service, and accept that it doesn't always have a publicly owned utility, but companies, if you organize that partnership with companies well, can also deliver that business to consumer relationship. And as I mentioned, not infrastructure. We are more akin to a household consumer electronic goods industry, where the industry players that we represent struggle with working capital needs and marketing costs and cost of reaching their customers, and not with project development and a lot of regulatory needs. And that sets us a little bit apart from the traditional electrification approaches. So where are we now? As I mentioned, 420 million products have been sold. We have, as Gogla, 200 members in our space, of which about 2/3 are industry players and 1/3 are investors and other associate members, as we call them. A growing number of companies, but also an industry that is at the moment struggling to maintain its pace and growth that is shown in the first few years. Because while this industry is pretty close to being commercial and selling products at the full cost towards customers, we are selling it to the poorest and most remote customers and difficult to reach customers on the planet. And in trying to set up that business, our industry has shown resilience in the face of difficult market conditions, and COVID was definitely a significant development in that front that didn't help us at all. The industry is still there, and it has been steadily growing, but it's not growing fast enough, because in the end, it's not sufficiently profitable to really attract commercial finance and really become commercial. So we still see that all the investment in the industry comes from development finance institutions and from impact investors. And what we'd like to see, and I think that's the conversation in which our industry is in the midst of right now, is to get a stronger involvement of the public sector and public finance, also government to take more of an ownership of our industry and become more involved in developing our industry. Firstly, by using public finance to leverage private finance for investment. And that could be, for instance, climate finance. We think there's strong arguments to bring in climate finance as a contribution to climate adaptation. But that should also then enable local banks and other more traditional private finance institutions to invest more in our industry. And then there remains a group of customers for whom the products will always be out of reach and that need to be subsidized. So we're also looking at public sector to come in and work with our industry more on end user subsidy schemes for those customers that will always be too poor to afford a system that they need subsidies to bring these products into their reach. We think that's totally justified. All electrification has been subsidized. We think, as Ignacio also said, our technology are the most cost-efficient routes towards universal energy access. But of course, we also recognize there's limitations in what our technologies can do in empowering economic growth and industrial and agricultural energy needs. So this is about, our industry is talking about universal energy access more so than powering economic growth. Maybe I'll pause there, Robert.
Brilliant. Right. Again, lots of interesting connections I'd love to explore when we loop back. Jessica, tell us about the other part of the off-grid sector.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. Really happy to be here today. And thanks, Ignacio and Koen, for that great introduction. So as Rob had said, I'm the CEO of the African Mini Grid Developers Association. We represent private sector mini grids across the African continent. And so maybe I'll just start with the very basics of what is a mini grid. A mini grid is essentially scaled down utility. So the companies that we represent run renewable generation assets with distribution. A couple of companies also run transmission and distribution networks that provide grid power access, probably better than grid power in a lot of Africa, than the African grid in a lot of Africa, to both commercial clients and to residential clients. What AMDA specifically does is work at the intersection between government, investors, banks, donors, and the developers themselves. But we represent the firms who are building out the ecosystem for mini grids. But I think I want to just take a tiny step back and talk about what the future of rural electrification in Africa could look like if we can figure out a lot of the components that Ignacio was talking about related to how we structure regulatory frameworks and financing for the sector. There is this real possibility for the African market across a number of places to build out an integrated energy network where companies like solar home system companies that Gogla and Koen represent are feeding into the grid under net metering structures, where mini grids have the ability to operate either connected to the grid or in isolation and provide grid quality standard. And at the same time, it provides the capacity for the utilities to really double down on providing high quality utility grade power in urban and peri-urban environments and get their books in order. I think, as Ignacio indicated in his introduction, there are no solvent utility companies in Africa. And so across the ecosystem, all of these solutions are struggling with ensuring that there's enough concessional capital to leverage private investment and to ensure a return in the operational viability of those programs. And so if we can get the blend of finance right, we can build out that entire ecosystem and really provide a very, very resilient grid for climate change to come. But getting the components of that are quite complicated. And I think the companies that I work with, both on the mini grid side and on other aspects of the technology side, are really working to figure out the innovation in both the finance and the regulation that will make that viable. I think unlike I think the solar home system market and the off-grid energy and the off-grid lighting market have been really revolutionary in driving how to think about energy. Mini grid developers, there's innovation built into the ecosystem. I think smart meters have done quite a lot to be able to look at nuanced consumption patterns and the ability to remotely manage these assets, and the evolution in software has allowed for really the building out of renewable assets across the continent and the ability to maintain them much more cost effectively than we could have maintained them 15 years ago or 10 years ago. And that really supports the economic viability of these assets in the long run. But at the end of the day, these are still utility companies. And so we need to think about financing them and regulating them as utility companies. And right now, mini grids sit in an awkward teenage year in between where we're not regulated like a decentralized company. We're almost regulated like an IPP project, but not quite. And the financing that's available looks like asset financing and not project financing. And I think as Kate will talk about, there's a lot of risks associated with the demand side within the mini grids and how you ensure long-term recovery. But the opportunity to get this right is there. And so really collectively, we should, as a sector, with utility companies and governments and donors, be thinking about how do we build that cohesive bidirectional network of the future.
Well, great question to end with. Kate, it's up to you to answer all of these questions and pull it all together. I should say that with the first four speakers you've heard of, including myself, are all members of the Global Commission to End Energy Poverty. Kate isn't, however, she's representing a company whose president and her co-founder is Ella Shekruhu, which I should acknowledge. So Kate, you're an honorary member, like I'm an honorary chairman. Welcome.
Thanks, Robin. Thanks for convening this group and for giving me the position of going after everyone else, because now I can just build off of all of the intelligent things that they say. And so starting from, I think Jessica and I very much share a vision of what the integrated energy system of the future looks like in Africa, that having all of those different components working together seamlessly. And I think we also, as Ignacio started with, share the vision of universal access, leaving no one behind. And both Ignacio and Koen talked about bringing in private sector and using all the resources we can, the public sector resources that we have, to bring in that private investment. And I think Nithyo kind of sits at the confluence of all of those things. That's really what we're trying to enable as well. And I think the element that we bring is bringing the kind of human side of it, bringing in that demand and the risk of household ability to pay, and giving more information about what are those households. So I think if we were looking at just that technical system, any of your students or Ignacio's students could probably design what that kind of top-down integrated energy utility looks like. But then you meet up with what people's are really their ability to pay and their energy demands, and that's where Nithyo sits. So we were looking at the sector, and as Koen referenced, there's been strong investment. There's been fantastic achievements with the off-grid community. However, it really has stalled to a certain extent. That if you look over the past 5 years at the level of investment that's coming in, it really has stayed around the $200–300 million a year. That's not going to get us to universal access. That's not going to get us a system that's resilient enough to really stand up to climate change and the impacts that are going to be felt there. So Nithya, we were looking at that trend and wanted to see what was the way that we could unlock the billions in capital that are needed from public resources as well as from private resources. And what we really zeroed in on was it kind of boils down to an inability to understand household ability to pay and household credit risk. Because most of these at this point are, or most of the growth has been in finance systems. I think even if you're looking at microgrids, you can think of it as asset financing, but it's really about understanding what is a household's ability to pay for energy services. And we felt like if we could solve that, we could help, one, companies understand their customers better, help them understand their cash flows better, and then help them turn around and be able to convince investors of the riskiness of the sector. And we're not trying to prove that there's no risk. I think that's been highlighted as well. This isn't a sector without risk. But I think if you can understand risk, you can price it, you can bring investors in at different levels. And so what Nithyo did is we developed a model for understanding that household consumer credit risk in a way that kind of matches to what the payment patterns will look like. We use that, we bring together a couple different data sets, have a machine learning algorithm that kind of helps fill in the blanks and understand what are the attributes of households that are indicative of different types of ability to pay. So we use that as a standalone analytics product that we can provide to really any investors for understanding their investments, understanding or monitoring their investments as well. But then we also use it ourselves. We have a financial vehicle, Nithio Financial Intermediary, that lends to solar home system companies in the space. And that financing is tied to their receivables, to their customer payments, based on those models of what our determination of those cash flows are likely to look like. And I think you could look at this model and say, okay, so you're identifying credit risk, so you're just going to take the top customers. You're looking for who is the lowest credit risk and trying to bring in capital to address those customers. And on one hand, yes, we absolutely are, because we think that there's a segment of this market that can definitely be served by private sector resources at this point. There are a lot of people who pay back fully and on time with no issue whatsoever. There is also a large portion of the market that is more moderate payers, that they're going to keep paying on the pay-as-you-go model. They're not in default, but they're going to pay back more slowly than might have been expected. That's exactly where kind of concessional capital should be sitting. And that's the type of customers that should be served by those types of money. And then as Kun and others referenced, there's a portion of the population that cannot pay even for the most basic system. And there should be no expectation that they should. The grid has been heavily subsidized. There are public services that are heavily subsidized. Expecting them to pay full commercial rates for something that I think we would all agree is a basic social right, it is not what we want to be doing. But what we say is if you can understand where those households are and who those households are, you can actually make sure that the kind of philanthropic capital, the grant capital, the public capital that's really going to provide those subsidies goes to the right people. And I think that's always the concern, is that if you just have a blanket subsidy, well, you're subsidizing a lot of people that aren't going to need it, or you're subsidizing the households that could afford it anyway. And so what we think is, from Nithio's side, we can be kind of this hub in the middle that has the data to make sure that there's efficient deployment of capital across the board. So you have kind of matching up all of the right forms, be it private sector down to that grant capital. And then we understand who the customers are and where they are and who needs to be served by what type of solution. So we think of ourselves and our risk analytics engine is really that hub that sits in between that and enables that efficient deployment of capital. And we think that that's what unlocks the ability to truly scale up the system and to truly reach every household. I'll share in Jessica's optimism that I think this is achievable, and I think we can actually create a more advanced system architecture for energy access in Africa. But I think we have to get the financing right, and that's really the key point.
Great. So, I mean, a theme that I pick up from all of you in one way or another is the theme of perception of the off-grid sector. Either in your case, Kate, the perception of investors and the reluctance to invest. Ken, you talked about leaders being in the habit of looking at some of the systems your companies are selling as toys and having to get past that. And I think, Jessica, I mean, the perception of risk that your companies and small grid providers will fail to perform over time. I'm wondering about, well, lots of things. I mean, how do we get past that perception? Is that perception justified? Kate, I mean, you sort of deal with this explicitly on a daily basis. To what degree is the risk real, and to what degree is it in the minds of people who are failing to invest?
It's across, there's a wide spectrum. So I think, and this is something we deal with, talking about a lot of investors who see Africa as not a real market for selling goods. There have to be subsidies, or there have to be the support mechanisms. And I think as you've seen successful companies completely outside the energy space go into Africa, there is a real market there. I think if you look at the growth of the fintech companies in Nigeria, or even a U.S. example of Netflix has over 1 million subscribers in Africa. I think for companies that look at the demographic trends and look at the growth of the middle class in a number of African countries, there is a real opportunity there. And I think there's a real opportunity for households that absolutely can pay for off-grid solutions or can pay for solar battery residential systems as a replacement for diesel gensets or as a backup to unreliable grid. And I think actually many more companies should be looking at what the opportunity is there, because I think they're kind of leaving money on the table by not seeing that as a true market. And then I think there are areas that are more risky. I think there's been a challenge in the off-grid energy sector where there was a push for companies to go after the last mile and grow very, very quickly, but not take subsidy support. And I think that left them in a very difficult situation where maybe they ended up serving customers that were closer into the grid and had higher ability to pay. And got told by some of their investors, no, you need to be going to the last mile. You need to be going to these remote areas. That's a risky segment of the market. I think that's where this idea of the need for public-private financing comes in and public support. The grid wouldn't have gone there if it had to be a fully commercial entity. You wouldn't see them connecting the most remote household and expecting them to pay the full cost recovery of making that connection. So I think that's where we need to. Of course, coming from Nithio, that's where I see the power of segmenting the market and really understanding at a very detailed level what's the different types of households that are there, because then I think you can start to sort out the commercial from the non-commercial, the need for the subsidies from the households that absolutely can afford this and much more on their own. Without that data, I don't think it's all kind of jumbled together. So we think of ourselves and our risk analytics engine is really that hub that sits in between that and enables that efficient deployment of capital. And we think that that's what unlocks the ability to truly scale up the system and to truly reach every household. I'll share in Jessica's optimism that I think this is achievable, and I think we can actually create a more advanced system architecture for energy access in Africa. But I think we have to get the financing right, and that's really the key point.
Great. So, I mean, a theme that I pick up from all of you in one way or another is the theme of perception of the off-grid sector. Either in your case, Kate, the perception of investors and their reluctance to invest. Ken, you talked about leaders being in the habit of looking at some of the systems your companies are selling as toys and having to get past that. And I think, Jessica, I mean, the perception of risk that your companies and small grid providers will fail to perform over time. I'm wondering about, well, lots of things. I mean, how do we get past that perception? Is that perception justified? Kate, I mean, you sort of deal with this explicitly on a daily basis. To what degree is the risk real, and to what degree is it in the minds of people who are failing to invest?
It's across, there's a wide spectrum. So I think, and this is something we deal with, talking about a lot of investors who see Africa as not a real market for selling goods. There have to be subsidies, or there have to be the support mechanisms. And I think as you've seen successful companies completely outside the energy space go into Africa, there is a real market there. I think if you look at the growth of the fintech companies in Nigeria, or even a U.S. example of Netflix has over 1 million subscribers in Africa. I think for companies that look at the demographic trends and look at the growth of the middle class in a number of African countries, there is a real opportunity there. And I think there's a real opportunity for households that absolutely can pay for off-grid solutions or can pay for solar battery residential systems as a replacement for diesel gensets or as a backup to unreliable grid. And I think actually many more companies should be looking at what the opportunity is there, because I think they're kind of leaving money on the table by not seeing that as a true market. And then I think there are areas that are more risky. I think there's been a challenge in the off-grid energy sector where there was a push for companies to go after the last mile and grow very, very quickly, but not take subsidy support. And I think that left them in a very difficult situation where maybe they ended up serving customers that were closer into the grid and had higher ability to pay. And got told by some of their investors, no, you need to be going to the last mile. You need to be going to these remote areas. that's a risky segment of the market. I think that's where this idea of the need for public-private financing comes in and public support. The grid wouldn't have gone there if it had to be a fully commercial entity. You wouldn't see them connecting the most remote household and expecting them to pay the full cost recovery of making that connection.
So Ken, do you sort of agree that this is in part a sort of structural problem? But I mean, I guess I'm wondering, to what degree does the problem reside with the leadership in the countries versus the leadership of the DFIs? I mean, are they also sort of inclined to seek investment in the grid versus off grid, or do you find that they're frustrated?
Do I find that they're frustrated? That depends. We talk about governments as if those are single teams and individuals, and they're not. They're also made up of different fractions with all the different interests. Maybe I'll start with saying everything that Jessica says is right and spot on. But what Kate pointed us at also, there's also a very positive story of a growing middle class, falling prices, and a fantastic opportunity to really move the needle and work towards universal energy access. And what I find frustrating, and I think perhaps governments do, but I find frustrating, is that we're in that stagnation zone where we kind of have proven what the solutions are, but we haven't quite turned around everyone who needs to have that paradigm shift. Also not in institutions like the World Bank. And the promise is not yet materializing. So we feel like a little bit working with the handbrakes on, sitting in the waiting room. I do think an important part of the solution of getting out of that stagnation zone is indeed governments taking a hold. Ignacio also talked about we need to have national specific solution. What works for one country doesn't work for another country. EIB has recently produced, together with the International Solar Alliance, a very helpful report on looking at how we can categorize different, that was for the off-grid solar market, how we can categorize the stage of a market in which a country is and what kind of support they would need in specific states, and can we then group countries and categorize them a little bit more so that we can look more intelligently at what a country needs. Kenya has been the leading market for our sector, is the largest market, but they also have for 15-20 years had a coherent vision on how to support private sector delivering electricity to end users. The experience that they have will not be very applicable to a country like Mali or Niger or Malawi, which is further behind in developing of their market, and they will need other instruments to support that. But definitely governments taking more of a steer would be helpful. I also think that institutions like the International Solar Alliance or IRENA, or institutions that speak on behalf of government and help government to build the capacity so that they can negotiate with the World Bank teams and can have ideas before the World Bank advisors tell them what ideas they should have in their minds. That should definitely help. And that's not to criticize the World Bank, because I also understand that that's also a big mix of different individuals with different interests and experiences that needs to be turned around. It's a big tanker that we need to change the course of.
Ignacio, I think Kern has set you up perfectly to comment on this issue of nationally specific plans and maybe a need for a greater focus on the integration of these different modes of electrification into an overall scheme that makes sense. I know that we work a lot on this together, but perhaps you could describe some of your thinking about how to actually make this work.
Yes, I think this is very much needed. I think that we should use the old technique of reverse engineering. So where we work one decade, and then to have a clear model in mind, and then try to move in that direction. And a critical issue that I think that everybody has been talking about is permanence. So we don't want solutions that will last for a few years and then will decay or will be abandoned. We have said in our writings that we need utility-like institutions, companies. So, and that doesn't mean to use the classical approach of the utility, but means that if we have a long-term vision for the country, we need institutions that have as objective in life to provide electricity forever, not to provide electricity for 5 years and make some money and disappear. And therefore, the methods that you have to be used to finance all these approaches have to be thinking in that way. So this is why what Koen is saying about the role of standalone systems has to be utility-like. So has to be paid the cost in one way or another with the customers. Many of them can pay for those devices, but also with a company that is providing the service and will continue doing that forever or until the grid arrives and then something happens. Same thing with mini grids. Mini grids are, as Jessica said, mini utilities, mini distribution companies have to be treated like that. And then eventually they may become connected to the grid, and then you need a regulation to make sure that the service continues forever, and there are different approaches to achieve that. So I think that you were talking about concessional money and how that money could be enough. I mean, concessional money will never be enough. The money that will be enough is private capital that will arrive to viable business models. And viable business models need a good definition that is permanent, that is utility-like, that if you need subsidies forever, you will have them. And as I say many times, from where I am, I see the mountains 60 kilometers from Madrid, where people live in the countryside, and they pay the same tariff that I pay here in downtown Madrid. And so I am cross-subsidizing those people. Nobody complains. I mean, this is something that happens everywhere in every country. So, well, we should have permanent cross-subsidization for the people that live in places where the supply of electricity is expensive. Nothing wrong about it. And then that may eliminate the need for an external subsidy. Of course, that will happen with time, because if you have a country where you have 60% of the people non-electrified, obviously you cannot cross-subsidize with 40% of the people, many of which are not very wealthy, the other 60. But with time and with productive uses and all that, people will increase economically, and that solution will be the one that we have in Denmark, in Florida, in Italy, in Australia, and why not in Togo, Namibia, or Uganda with time. So we have to think about that with a long-term vision. This is the only way that you will get private money coming to do the electrification job.
I see Kate Steele nodding her head, so obviously she agrees with you, and certainly I do. We've come to the end of our time. I guess I'd just like to say that in addition to thanking you, I'm hoping that the international community are hearing us, and leaders of the country who may view this panel are also hearing us on the need to sort of normalize the power sectors, taking advantage of these technologies to enable access and reduce risk, attract private capital. It seems to me that the solution that you proposed, Ignacio, and the views that you've all expressed suggest a not that difficult path to understand, at least, to universal access and permanent electrification. And I guess I leave this meeting somewhat frustrated that we're not moving faster in that direction, but optimistic in light of the tractability of the solution, that it will be achieved, and we'll get better organized about it. So let me thank you all again, Ignacio, Jessica, Kate, and Koen. I look forward to seeing you out there in the field when we're all traveling again, hopefully getting something done. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you very
Robert,
much.
Ignacio, Jessica, Kate. It was a delight.
Goodbye.
Regis University has been the catalyst to all of my success. I appreciate the education that I have, the distance learning, the online process, and that was another fundamental part why I continued from my bachelor's to my master's. It has changed my life to the core.
Welcome to the 2021 Energy Africa Conference. My name is Luca Powanga, Professor of Economics and Finance in the Anderson College of Business and Computing at Regis University. I'm also the Executive Director of the Energy Africa Conference, as well as being the founder. Today, I'm privileged to have the former Prime Minister of Guinea, His Excellency Lansana Kouyaté. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
I would like to begin asking the question, tell me a little bit about yourself so we know what makes the Honorable tick. What makes you tick?
Well, I went through a long career in very short when I was a little. I was, I started very, very quickly. And from my country, and I was finally appointed as ambassador to Middle East, based in Cairo, with covering Sudan, Turkey, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, etc., many countries at the same time. So, and from there I moved in New York as a permanent representative and ambassador of my country to United Nations. And then I was, after 2 years, I was moved by United Nations as a special representative of the Secretary General, Dr. Boutros Ghali, to Somalia, where I spent 2 years of my time. It was a very hard time for me, but it was very useful also. I learned a lot about peacekeeping. So from there, I was sent back to New York as Assistant Secretary General of Political Affairs, covering Africa, Middle East, and Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and as I call them, all the towns of Asia. So, and from there, I was also, after five years at United Nations, I was appointed as, elected as ECOWAS Executive Secretary, which is the current president of the Commission of ECOWAS. And then I came back when I wanted to take a sabbatic leave. Unfortunately, my former boss, who had moved from United Nations to the Francophonie, didn't allow me, because he appointed me to in Côte d'Ivoire to handle on behalf of the Francophonie. Is part of job for peace and reconciliation. And it is from there I was appointed when Guinea went through a very, very, very nasty trouble. So many people were killed, and the civil society and the worker forces have submitted my name, among others, to the president as prime minister. And the president, of course, selected me, and I was appointed as prime minister of my country. And it is after that I created a political party, which name is Parti de l'Espoir, a hope party pour le développement national, for national development.
That's indeed a very long career. Now, one of your topics, or some of your mantra, is good governance. So, what is good governance? How do you define that, and how does that catalyze energy access and economic development?
Among the eight description, let us say it like that, of UNDP, United Nations Development Program, I will pick only three: rule of law, transparency, and accountability. So, because good governance is mean to give growth to the country, but prosperity to the populations.
Excellent. So how does good governance translate into catalyzing energy access and economic development?
Well, I will say that there is no development without energy. Even if we go very far in the humanity history, we will find that without energy, humanity couldn't survive. Let us go up to the creation of humanity. So even far away, it was the energy, the fire who made our life. We have to know that. But for development, it is more accurate, because without energy, without any type of energy, you cannot pretend to access to development. So today, we are talking about clean energy, but the Western countries have started with, you know, the less cleaner energy, and it brings them to development. But today we are working, everybody is working to have clean energy like solar, like a wind power. And I think this is the target for everybody now, because our health is changing and we have to change our behaviors.
That leads me into the next question. Obviously, as you have already articulated, economic development for Western nations was based on fossil fuels. Now, in Africa, we have different countries with different energy resources. So should the countries develop what they have, or should they be forced to depend on other countries' resources because their resources are no longer acceptable?
Well, obviously, they have to count on what they have. They have They have solar, they have wind, and this is going to be more cleaner than what we call fossil energy, which is about to disappear, because we know that all the catastrophic climate change is due to some part to the fossil energy, because with the carbonic gas, you know, the situation is becoming political, institutional, you know, stop fighting between ethnics or tribes, and Africa is perceived as not a continent, but as a country. From where we are, if you ask somebody, white people, you ask them where you go tomorrow, if they are going to Zambia or to Kenya or to Nigeria or to Guinea or to Senegal, they will say, I'm going to Africa. Yes, they will not mention the name of the country. They will simply say, I'm going to Africa. So, but you have to ask them where exactly. Probably they will decline the name. It is because, one, we are living in the same continent, but more importantly, we have the same historical background. We went through colonization. We went through slavery. We have the same culture almost. Africa is composed of 54 countries, but the culture can be compared. And we have almost the same type, not the same specificity, but the same types of culture. It is expressed by our dances, by our art, by many things we have in common. This is why Africa is perceived as a country, not as a continent. So therefore, we have to be together. So the general aspect of the matter is to give to the world the feeling that Africa is fighting against whatever trouble the order. It has to be known that we need a law, and that law will be respected. We need, if we need electricity, we have to know exactly how to attract investors to come to invest in this clean energy, this clean solar system or wind power. Some countries have developed a great technology. And today I can tell you, in the Sahara Desert, some European countries are investing to just export to their countries the solar energy. So, and we are living, Sahara is part of Africa. What we do? We have, to create all the conditions conducive to attracting investors.
That's a very good observation. Now, how can we attract investors? I know it's a broad question because of the 54 countries that we have in Africa, but generally, how can we attract investors?
Well, the African integration is a key. Integration works on the two legs. One leg is a physical integration, and the second leg is harmonizing policies. Our policies should be harmonized, and you have today how many regional or sub-regional groups? You have SADC, you have ECOWAS, you have IGAD, you have COMESA, etc., etc. So these integration will allow us as African to harmonize our policies and to have the same guidance towards making investors comfortable. So I know the question of funding has been also a stalemate for Africa. How to overcome the problem of funding? This is a big question. I personally believe that if you have stability, if you have a very good skilled workers, because it is very important, as sometimes we forget it, but it is absolutely important to have, skilled workers, because it is because of that. Today, if I take an example, it will be Vietnam. Vietnam is receiving more investment because they have qualified, their workers. And for one living in the United States, he will not mind to remove his factory to Vietnam because they have good worker and less costly than in United States, for instance. Let us do the same practice. So you have good justice also is very important. If there is trading, if there is any kind of cooperation between, you want to attract investors, they have to make sure that you are going to respect, what they get from investment and what you get from the same investment. It is a win-win partnership. I think there is no miracle. We have to create all the necessary conditions. As regard to the energy, some companies throughout the world have developed a very credible engine to create a solar power, for instance. So they can be attracted. And the question of funding is there. But I think if we go through BOOT, build, own, operate, and transfer, it is the best way to go without losing time. But it has to be fair between the investors and the African countries.
Having been a prime minister of Guinea, what vision do you have, or what vision do you anticipate having in terms of energy for Guinea?
Well, for Guinea, I have to recognize first that Guinea went through many types of energy. We started by, this was in, I think it was in, from 1960, we started with thermal energy, and secondly we went to hydro energy, and this was done through many ways. Nationalistic approach. All the company belongs to the state, and it couldn't work. And secondly, we privatized, and this was the second regime who went from, one model to absolutely the opposite model, to privatize entirely. It couldn't work either. So, and we went through a joint venture also. That also didn't work. I think we have to select a good system, and based on accountability, based on a good management, whatever it is, if it is joint venture, if it is national, if it is private, it has to be controlled by the involvement of the state to understand that this company, though private, is not going to die. So this is one of my vision. It is also to make the investors comfortable and to make sure that we are going to get our share. This is very important. Africa should not confine itself in a routine of selling outside our raw materials. Guinea has the 2/3 of bauxite in the world, but we don't have any industry to create aluminium. It is a total nonsense. So I think we have to be more turned towards industry than rental economy, because it will not. You have to take your raw material and to sell it with a huge difference of price between 1 ton of bauxite and 1 ton of aluminium. There is a huge difference, and which we are not taking advantage from. So I think the vision I have is very clear, and we had prepared a plan. My political party, have prepared a plan to situate all of them and to put them together, to have think tank, on all these issues, so that the day we will come back to the national affairs to make them working.
Excellent. Now, seeing that you are in a transition, how can you allay the fears of investors? How can you persuade the investors to come to Guinea?
Well, frankly speaking, this transition intervened at the right time, because unfortunately the president wanted to change the rule of the game, and everybody alerted him. Those who are looking things with the right eye, we as me, for instance, I told him not to make any change to the constitution. It is not doable. People don't understand that a country like United States, how the mandate was limited to 2 mandates of 4 years. Long time before it became law. It is George Washington who started. He said, no, I am not going to make more than 2 mandates of 4 years. So people have seen his goodwill. But even if he wanted the 5 terms, he would have it. He was loved by people. But he said, no, I stopped to 2 mandates. There was no law at that time. And since that time up to 1961, the law came to 1961. But in the meantime, only, I think, President Roosevelt, who was sick, and it was the World War, they allowed him to make 3 terms, and he passed away when he was starting 4 years. This was the only exception. It means that the law, what prevails on the law is the goodwill, the good thinking, and the goodwill. Do we have it? We have to have it. So the president tried to change the constitution. At the time, he was not doing well, of course, and because there was no accountability, he was the beginning and the beginning and the end of everything, including the parliament. The parliament, we had the parliament, but the parliament was not meaningful. And it is, during this time, he decided just to amend the constitution and to go for the 3rd time. And this transition is the result of that attempt to change of the constitution. The military came at the right time. The international community, as well as the investors, I consider the investors are the first of the international communities. The political communities can be accommodation whenever your country have, an interest. But for investors, they run after their own interests also. So if you have to get them, they have to be sure that this transition is a good one. And they started well, because they are not. We went through many situations where you will see people abuse those who are overthrown. They are put in jail in a very nasty situation. But this coup has a particularity. They have not arrested anybody. Everybody, including the old government, the old parliament, all of them, each of them is living in his house. They have taken their passport, not to move, because they have to go through an investigation in terms of finance using. So that's all. And I will tell that to any investor. They have to trust them. They have to think. They are working very hard to get the transition done. Now, I agree that we don't yet know about, the duration we are going to make. And that will depend on it will depend on what will be the contents of the transition. You have free and fair election from the grassroots to the top. How long that will take? You have the economic situation. How to prepare those who will be elected to drive easily the country with the total belief, the credibility towards the investors. This is what I can say, because they have to believe to what the Guinean people have applauded for.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Your Excellence, for sharing this the time with us and to explain the situation in Guinea, as well as your world view of how the energy access can be increased, and also how the how the governance helps into making that a reality. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mr. Puwanga. I hope it will not be the last time. We will meet again through the magic of technology.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. This has been a very exciting day for me, and I hope it's been as exciting for you as it was for me. I'm here in the studio with Michael Farina from Baker Hughes. But before I do that, let me just thank you all and thank our sponsors who have made this event possible. Regis University for their support, Jim and Mary for their financial support, and everybody else who has come to see us. Without you, we wouldn't have this conference. Now, let me just turn on to Michael Farina. Michael, what are your observations for the day?
Well, Luca, first, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and give you some commentary on the session, on what has been, I think, a really fascinating session. If you think about it, we've covered so much ground from the start. All the fundamentals on project development. Really highlighting the opportunities in Africa, both from the richness of the resources, the potential for growth, and then evolving into this real interesting discussions on. To me, it was a combination of storylines around what is the role for centralized energy development, public-private partnerships on one side, and the emerging role of these decentralized energy resources in helping develop specific countries and specific regions. So I mean, a huge breadth and a number of key points that I think we can maybe talk about a little bit, including the evolution of technology, some of the financing questions around decentralized. So those are just some initial observations, but maybe we can start from there.
Yeah, and I noticed throughout the presentation, there's been some questions. One of them being, is Zambia part of the Southern African Power Pool? Well, the answer is yes, they are. But what is the implication of that? Is if you go to Zambia and let's say you establish a power generation facility, you are not just going to sell the electricity to Zambia, but you have the opportunity to sell the electricity to neighboring countries, which means now you can even take advantage of the economies of scale for you to build a much bigger plant, which will give you a lower cost.
Yeah, this this really is at the core of this centralized infrastructure development, right? Where some of these large transmission lines, particularly to Zambia, potentially in Namibia, Congo. There was a question about the Inga project, Inga 3, the massive mega project hydro dam, 4,500 megawatts, I believe. There has been some movement on that in terms of some new developers, Australian group, Fortescue Metals, I believe, and Chinese and Spanish sponsorship. So if you can have some of these major hubs developed and improve the connections, maybe between Zambia, Tanzania, all the way down. One of the more interesting things that we saw a few years back was actually the ability to do power swaps on the South African power pool. There was some thermal resources put in Mozambique that were actually swapped for for hydro resources more inland. And so this becomes again one of these key themes that the continue, those are going to take long time. Africa's history of mega projects is nothing but slow, right? But they're still important, right? And obviously a focal point for some folks.
Yeah, and I think I think that is natural during the conversation with Robert Stoner, where he talked about cross-subsidization. That is very difficult to have a very small population which doesn't have money and ask them to subsidize the other people who don't have money. And so when we look at that in totality, given the fact that, well, if you have transmission lines, it's the further away you go from the power generation source, the more you're going to lose lose electricity, and which means you have to charge even. And the more costly it is to reach the places that are too far away from the source. Now, so what do you think is going to happen to centralized grids? Are we going to get away from them, or we'll just have a network of mini grids?
Well, this is one of the areas where I have been involved in some of the project development is around decentralized energy in Africa, and it's actually fascinating. When we were working on projects, they were hybrids, solar thermal projects back in 2015. The economics were actually banking on the supply of your gas because the solar was more expensive. And I think Peter and in some of his panelists talked about this evolution of the technology, and that the storyboards are being rewritten in terms of what is the optimal technology mix and how is it going to evolve. And so I think that becomes one of the key things for decentralized, is that can you be comfortable enough that the economics that you're laying out and the financing that you're getting is appropriate if the technologies are going to evolve so much in a short period of time. And I do think that that's a challenge, but it's a place where I think things are finally stabilizing, right? So we see a very large role for decentralized energy, and I think it's about finding those sweet spots. And I think the discussion around the smart cities and the industrial complexes, and linking together, people that are getting, decent revenue streams, along with, co-located folks that will benefit from having the services, is just right at the core of where you can create, kind of a nexus between economies of scale, the right technology mix, and then get the financiers to support it. So, I think decentralized is definitely part of the future. It's going to be parallel paths.
Yeah, and I think somebody here is making a suggestion, saying, Dr. Luke and Michael, mini grids are a great local solution. And obviously, this comes from the fact that if you go to rural areas, particularly if you're talking about Zambia, Zambia doesn't have those communities that are concentrated in one area. It's very well spread out there. So which means trying to get electricity to them, that will be too expensive. And having to have microgrids might be the best solution for those kinds of communities. But we use the microgrids in a way that they serve as a service rather than looking at the kilowatt hours that can be purchased at this point in time, because you won't have those kilowatt hours. But what you need to do is to make it in such a way that this becomes a service to building an industry, which in turn is going to create more demand for electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that that might be workable here?
Well, certainly. I think Dr. Stoner's panel really focused us on some of the challenges there in terms of the different classes of customer and the and the approaches that are viable. And in my experience on some of this stuff, the technology and what a microgrid looks like is very fluid. It's flexible, right? That there's the old saying: if you've seen one microgrid, you've seen one microgrid, right? Because they have to be positioned around what the resources are. Is there biomass? Is there small amounts of fossil fuels, solar, other battery storages? But we want to try and create some stability and a range of sponsorship so that there's a bunch of that you can create stability in the concept, in the offtake, in what it's being provided as a service, but then flexibility in the technology mixes that get you there. And I think that's at somewhat at the essence of what we're trying to grapple with in terms of introducing people to these types of systems. That it is just a generation resource. It's not an IPP. There's also a distribution angle, voltage stability, control, digital payment, all these elements of it. And so it's a new thing, but it's probably also a place that, again, at the right scale, creates the opportunity for the new business models that we've been talking about.
Yeah, and I think when you mentioned stability, you hit a strong point that was emphasized by Peter and his group, talking about, if you look at the oil industry, everything is so well established. I know if this type of rig is installed, this is how long it's going to last me, and I can depreciate it over a particular period. So it makes the numbers work much more easily. Whereas where if you're looking at solar, for instance, there are some components there that we really don't know how long they would last. So that creates more uncertainty. So maybe some of the things that we have to look at is, do we need to have renewable energy more subsidized? Because obviously, if you look at the oil and natural gas industry, in fact, even up to now, some of them are still getting subsidies.
Yeah, I mean, I think there has to be a perception that there's value created, right? So displacing diesel with solar resources should create, a benefit for all the folks across the value chain. So you can attract that private investment that was discussed as being the real needle mover in terms of the scale of change that you can create. You can only do so much with with small public financing, the smaller amounts of public financing. I think that this kind of gets to that key point in terms of how you structure these developments, and you have to be, again, flexible enough with the technology mix that you can do it. I mean, we're going to talk about this a little bit tomorrow when we talk about things like geothermal or the whole range of resources out there, but in terms of the design of these things, it's flexible design, but stability in the terms around the PPAs and other things. And you have to share the risk, right? You can't just expect to have it all accrue to the developer, or the public entities will feel like they got into a bad deal. And when you have the kind of political cycles, where in places like Uganda and other places where we've worked, you have a struggle every 4 years when the administration changes. And so trying to create that stability through the political cycle is even a good point from His Excellency from Guyana.
Absolutely. And I think one of the other problems that you face is it seems like there is some kind of a disconnect. There is, like you are saying, we have to share risk. But the way it looks like, the government sits on the side and says, okay, the private sector is doing this, let them do it. And the private sector is looking at what the government is doing, okay, let them do it. I mean, if you look at the profile of how much is, I mean, where the resources are coming from in terms of developing these mini grids, most of it is coming from non-government organizations or DFIs rather than the private sector, because the private sector is not seeing profits flowing through. And the approach, they all want to do the same thing, but
yeah.
but there isn't that camaraderie where you say, okay, let's work together through through the PPPs and actualize these projects.
Yeah, it's like Dr. Snow was saying about perception. You know, there's perceptions on one side, and then the people need to have the control on the other. And you know, how can you find the collaboration among, you know, partners and the trust, right? So it's and then I think you can start to allow people to work where they work best, right?
Absolutely. And I think the other thing that perhaps we didn't touch on when we alluded to Southern African power pools is really the capacity to get things done and the capacity to be able to move electricity from one end to the other. Because if you look at Zambia, for instance, getting electricity from Eskom, they have to go through Mozambique because there isn't that straight route to say the copper belt. So I don't know what perhaps what should be done in that case, whether the people involved, the countries involved within the Southern African power pool should put money together so that they can improve the power evacuation. Well, what are your thoughts about that?
It's just a really tough one, right? The time and the scale and the life cycle of those types of transmission projects and other things like that take an entirely dedicated part of the organization where you may have capacity resources already constrained, right? Doing I'm the energy minister, I'm working on the mines, I'm working on all this other stuff at the same time. So you get this incredible challenge, but all I can say is that you have to have dedicated resources on parallel paths, mega, financial and distributed types of things. This seems to be an only way.
Yeah, and I think one thing, just to make a comment, I can see we have Ryan Fraser here with us. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, Dr. Pawanga, good to be with you.
As always, it's a pleasure having you around. I don't know how long you've been with us. We've just been having a conversation about today's presentations.
Just been able to join you all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, something that would be of interest, for instance, and I'm focusing on Zambia here since we had the former Minister of Energy talking about ZESCO. But if you look at ZESCO, for instance, its balance sheet is very poor, largely because the government has been siphoning funds out of the company. Why wouldn't the Zambian government think of fixing the balance sheet, since they're the ones who messed it up anyway? I mean, look at the US. We've been able to, during the financial crisis, we were able to buy the toxic assets of the banks, and the government had nothing to do with the banks failing. And in this case, it's the government that is making the company fail. So would that be a good idea? What do you think, Ryan?
It's interesting. I don't know. I'd have to think about that a little bit more, Dr. Pawanga. But I'd love to hear Michael's thoughts. But I think it could be. I think it could be. I think it could be a good idea.
Yeah, in any case, they wouldn't be losing anything. It's just taking money from the left hand and putting it to the right hand. Except if you put it on the right hand, it's going to be more productive, because if ZESCO becomes more viable, then more projects can be done. It can be signing all these PPAs with the independent power producers who are going to generate even more electricity.
Yeah, again, that's a tough one. Getting into country level politics is not something that I can comment on, but the principle of making good use of those resources and allowing the capable people that you have within the organization and fostering them and supporting them is makes some sense. But yeah, it's a tough one.
I understand. Well, we are almost running out of time, but I'll let Ryan give us any kind of observation or the parting words of wisdom for the day.
No, Dr. Palanga, again, I'm sorry that I was a bit late between various different meetings and obligations today. I just wanted to say, I'm really excited about this Energy Africa conference and what you're doing to bring attention to the needs on the continent and the opportunities in this space. And so just to be part of the conversation and to collaborate and to also equally learn is something that I really appreciate. So again, I hope I have additional time to kind of contribute here and offer some thoughts and perspective as well.
Well, we have tomorrow. Today we are rounding up. We had a very good, very good conversations, and thank you very much for taking your time to come and join us here. I know how busy you are, and all of you are very, very busy, and having to chunk out some time to be with us is really highly appreciated.
Yeah. And if I can, I'll just say this because I didn't realize we were running out of time, and again, I just jumped on. But a lot of the work I do professionally ties into sustainable development goals, sustainability more broadly, but environmental, social governance factors, and I think the increasing interest we're seeing from the investor community, particularly large asset owners and our asset managers who are looking to place resources into environmental, social governance related investments. I think it presents a tremendously great opportunity for the people and the continent of Africa to woo some significant interests in the energy investments and opportunity there. So perhaps we can dig a little bit more into that tomorrow, but I will say it's a major space where we're seeing billions and likely over the long term trillions of dollars that are going to be looking for solid, good investments to flow into.
Excellent. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much, and thank you very much, the audience, for joining us. I hope you will join us tomorrow again. We have a very exciting day coming up. Thank you.